There we are. Oh, into a commercial. In a commercial. Oh, I guess I should turn these speakers down, shouldn't I? Okay. Oh my God, Taco Bell. Hey, hello, kind and gentle folk. How we doing today? We are here. We're going to run some crits. We don't have tons of them, and then we're going to do something. I have a lot of things that I'm kind of working on, so we'll shift to something interesting as soon as we've run out of crits. Can everyone hear me? Do we have connection on all of our other? It says 3 of 3 over there, so I'm assuming that we do have connection.
Yep, seems good.
Right. There we go. Is Miko here yet? Hey, there you are. Right on. I think we're going to start with yours, since you're here. Right? Look at this guy. He's awesome.
He has a dragon duck sheep.
Yes, of course. Dragon duck sheep is really important. I don't know if I would feel comfortable swimming without a dragon duck sheep. But what's really humorous about this is when I started opening, when we were downloading the models, this is the one I opened before yours. It's like this like Aquaman-y sort of trident spear thing, and then I went to this one. I was like, okay, you're just making fun of your other guy. I was like, okay, that's good humor. Very nice. I like your glasses. His posture is good humor. His little skinny legs are good humor. I like your Celtic dragon sheep duck floaty. Very nice. Very, very nice. Now your eyeglass thingies don't come all the way back to the ear. And they're not really making contact with its head. So what do we have to say about our eyeglasses?
Zero.
Like they're there, whatever. I don't know. So something to think about as far as the glasses go. You could oh, they're here. You could make them more poinçonnés, where they're just like attached to the bridge. You know what a poinçonné is? It means pinch the nose, You could feasibly make them those. So if you just took this and maybe gave it like a little, something like that. And then it could be a poinçonné, and then you wouldn't have to worry about the arms. It's just the arms to nowhere is a little strange. Right?
Yes, I understand.
And that is slightly odd angle. right? Because if you run them all the way back, that means take these and change them to where they're at, the angle. Otherwise, that looks funny. Now, that's not horrible, but it does definitely futz with the flow of the head a little.
Yes, this is why I got that arms so short, and
Yeah.
this was kind of not very nice decision.
You might, like, you could futz with them and give them a little bit of curve so the angles sort of travel with the head a little more. Something like that. And that's not quite so obtrusive as just the straight arms, or just making ponce nez. But the arm just ending in the center of the head with not really touching the body, a little strange.
Yes.
But we lost his.
It's in separate polygroup.
Oh, I hid the polygroup. Oops. Like, what did I do with his body? I killed it. All right. So see, by making them curved, that's not nearly as bad as just the straight rods. You might want to, you have a few lumps in the tail there. See how you have sort of like a herky-jerky tail. You might be able to smoothing it at a low res. And then coming back through, inflate, turn it really far down, and just do a non-stop. See how that removes a lot of the quirky jerkiness out of it? And then you can come back in with inflate and just get it to where you want it to be thickness wise. If that makes sense. But that
For
smooths
sure.
that out a lot. Smooths it out a lot. He's hysterical.
I have no idea how I ended up with making this Pink Panther with this duck.
Drugs. I'm pretty sure. I'm blaming it on you. And drugs. It's great. It's super funny. I like it.
Thank you.
It's good humor. You may want to beef up this shoulder because it's sort of creasing right where the thickness of the deltoid would be. And I know that he's the Pink Panther and he's tubes, but just make that a slightly smoother transition there so you don't have that dent in it, See how that feels a little under that. No, it's an Apple stem. My space mouse was sitting off. You know what I mean? So every time I touched it, it was like glug 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 glug. I'm like, what are you doing over there? And here again, just lower it down and just smooth some of that out. See how it doesn't have that dent in it? You get a slightly better shoulder transition there. And nope. Compared to dent. Okay, there's. Oh, no, you have that too. Okay. But yeah, I think that, especially if you're doing little tubey things, because you know Pink Panther's just tubey, it doesn't have anatomy. I would try to make them as lumpless as possible. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because anytime you put a dent, a hump, you know, anything like that, then, you know, it's, what are you implying, right? So if you're not implying anything, make sure not to do. He's funny. I have to admit, I like the Celtic inflatey. It's like your Viking inflatey tube. I like it. It feels like the front of a Viking ship, and I can just see it carved out of hardwood. You know, it's like an oak floaty.
Yeah, I just took some reference images and adapted it.
Like it. It's good. Super fun.
Thank you. I will work on that things that you noted.
Yeah. You know, just having be a little bit smoother. All right. So how are we doing on this one?
I changed its size to 35 mil and tried to adapt it for printing and casting.
Sure.
And the two versions, one like 5 mil z-axis and another one 10 mil.
Sure. So yeah, once again, if you're just printing, you know, this stuff doesn't matter. The undercuts under the teeth don't matter. That little undercut under the tongue. Not too. But this guy under here, you have a true loop undercut right. Come on. Like this right here, that would be rough on a mold. Just because that's a point and it'll tear out, you know what I mean? So if you're going to mold it, that's a problem. If you're just printing and printing the cast, doesn't matter. You're destroying the investment, so it doesn't. Like that little loop right there, right? How it actually goes through here. Like that's a trap loop right there because it's touching there. So there's nowhere for that to pull out. So that, if you're making a mold, that's a problem. If you're just printing, then it's not a problem. I mean, it's more inclined to snap off or something, but you know, we're just doing critiques tonight. Yes, it's a trap. It's a trap. And you know, these things that are going back that far in, once again, printing, no drama. Molding, problem. Your fabric and stuff's looking good. It's nice and flat on the back. You might want to make the pupils just a touch deeper when you flattened it out. Because you pushed this back a touch, didn't you? You flattened this from full dimensionality. Your pupils got a little shallow. Because you really want your pupils to be one of the main things you're seeing. Right, we always look at the eyes. And all the hair and stuff is super deep. So if you just take these back and just dig them in a little deeper, come on. Brush is too big for our own good. Sculptures magnify. But you see how it retains the eye. Now these eyes are dark again. Does that make sense? So I would just punch those eyeballs in a little. Looks great. Yeah, I think so. The only things I would say is punch the eyeballs back, and then just decide if any of those undercut areas are going to be a problem, if you're going to try to mold it, or if you're going to try to just cast from the printing, if you know what I mean.
Yes, and I have a kind of concern for this very proportion variant. Now the depth of the piece within the z-axis on the loop that on the top is like a mil and a bit
The
a
Z
mil.
thickness?
Yes. Just a bit more than a mil. Is this enough?
Yeah, because it's pretty thick. Slider subtool. That's new. Update size. Yeah, it's 1.39 mil.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I think you're fine there only because, what is it? It's 3 mil thick or 3 mil.
The largest point is 5 mils thick.
Yeah, right there. You're 2.2. Hmm. Oh, that's tiny. That means this stuff is really small. Yeah, it's like a little more than half a mil. You're going to need a really good printer to print this at this scale. Because you're going to definitely need to be printing it at 25 microns. Because, that's... let's see. Well... So, you got to think that if you're printing on something that's only printing 50 microns, that hair tip's 50 microns, right? So that's small. So just in printing something this detailed, that small, you just need to make sure that you have something that's capable of printing that. I'll be very interested to see how this prints out. Because you should be able to get most of it without a doubt. It's just, that's tiny.
A half a meter since is a bit large to wear them. So a tiny one is nice.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I look forward to seeing the print. It looks great, though. You're right there.
Thank you.
Nope, I think you're going to be all good there. I think that'd be fine. That'll be fine.
Nice. Okay, I have no more questions.
Okay. Well, that's actually I'm talking to I'm sorry, my allergies are going off if I keep rubbing my face. My face is all itchy. I haven't contacted Frozen yet, but we talked to Anycubit and Elgu about both of their new printers. So Anycubit is going into production for their new one, but we're not going to be able to get one of those for a few months because everything they're doing is going straight into fulfillment for the Kickstarter now. So all the units they'd send to people are already gone, and they're not going to make a unit to send to someone. They're going to fulfill to the people who paid. So but they are going to send us the one that is their I can't remember anyone's serial numbers. See if I can it is the Photon Mono X, which is 6K, and they're supposed to release that in November. So I think that's supposed to be 32 microns. But I haven't reached out to Frozen yet. So hopefully we'll be getting a handful of these DLP printers to test at these small scales for sure. Yeah, the 8K says 22 microns, yeah. we'll see. You know, it's always my reticence has always been there, but in this last couple of releases, I think that some of them are, you know, only until like the last year has anyone put out something that's truly what I would consider a prosumer machine. You know, some of the machines you can get great prints on, but you know, you have to do 15 prints to do a great print. Or, you know, you have to be a mathematics engineer to figure out how to program it to print well. Or, you know, and so when what I talk about as a prosumer machine, it's something you can plug in and go, right? And like those are the machines that I'm looking for, because no one running a business has time to fiddle futz with a print every time you do a print. You know, you want to know that you can put an STL in it, push go, and you get what you printed. And that's why up to this point, you know, the cheapest machine I've found that I could say, no, this is something that I would recommend, is the Formlabs, you know, because it's pretty idiot proof. Once you learn a little bit about how to set up print, like if you set up every print flat, you're going to have failures, you know. Once you learn that you set the print at a little bit of a twist, and then you set the print at a little bit of a twist and just at an angle, so it's not flat. So you have a twist and a twist, and then you know, I very, very, very rarely have fails on my form printer. It's usually when I'm rushing and not paying attention as well, or when you're doing big long prints and you neglect to think about some things like shear at, you know, when it's this time, what's the shear strength so it doesn't pull itself off its plate and things like that. But I have yet to find one of the cheap printers that is reliable enough that it's like, hey, look, I can plug in an STL. I can have someone else in the shop plug in an STL and push go, and it'll run. So I always get a lot of grief when I say that I've yet to see a prosumer machine in that $500 to $1,000 range. But it looks like they're getting much closer. And now they're actually reaching out to the jewelry industry because they're getting the resolution that the jewelry industry can use. So hopefully, you know, whether this round of printers or the next round of printers, I think they're getting very close. And then it just comes down to software stuff. Henry uses, what is the slicer? Mango? Is that the slicer you use?
Lychee.
Lychee. I knew it was some weird little fruit. Um, yeah. Oh, so the Sonic Mega 8K was $2,000? Oh. Right, exactly. You know, I mean, and that's the thing, is that will that print? Now that's a much larger, that's a big printer too, isn't it? Like you can get, that's their sort of large print build platform. Am I right? That 8K one? Yeah, the Sonic Mega 8K has a pretty big build platform. So in that sense, it can be tricky to compare it to a form, but you know, if you're spending $2,000 on a printer that you have regular fails, or you can't send another worker in the shop just to go do it, like only one person can do it, you know, that can be a real detriment to a new company or a small business. And that's when I'm doing reviews of things, I'm thinking of it in context of that, not as a maker, right? I don't want to sit and figure anything out. I want to plug an STL in and push go. And that's where I get into some feedback from people who are makers, you know, who have the time and energy to spend, and the knowledge to spend, to tune these machines, these, you know, cheaper machines to give you great prints. It's like the Solus. The Solus was a beautiful printer. I mean, its prints are beautiful. If they just made it on a real build platform, as opposed to, oh, that's my ears. Oh, Sonic Mini Micron, yeah. Yeah, so we're the Sonic Mini. Is that still frozen?
Yes.
Okay. We need to reach out to. Yeah, you know, that's a beautiful print. But, you know, $160 by 72. That's not a total tiny. Yeah, I mean, you know, from what I'm seeing here, it looks pretty awesome. But here you run into it's a really tiny build platform. Right? That's centimeters, 180 mil. So 18, 180, 72. I mean, that's that wide. I mean, if you're just doing engagement rings or something, that's cool. But it's 160. So it's that, right, by that. That's pretty small. But, you know, if you're only doing small parts, it's 190 or 160. Yeah, see, but its resolution's nice. Interesting. Oh, sorry guys. Pull this down here so you can see it. But for 349 bucks and it's printing something that nice, yeah, I mean, that's tough. If the software is good, I mean, that's pretty dramatic, you know? Mm, specs on their big one. Yeah, it's 400 mil high. That's a lot. Building plate is 330 mil by 185 mil. So that's the width. And that's the length. So that's a big build plate. That's 1,500 bucks. Yeah, no, I mean, for the little ones, and you know, the resins are like 40 bucks as opposed to Formlabs' resins, which are, you know, hundreds of dollars a liter. So that's what, 80 bucks a liter, as opposed to 150 bucks a liter. So it's not, well, depending on what, if you're doing castable, it's 300 bucks a liter. Oops, we just lost. So yeah, we're really interested in looking at some of the, you know, the cheaper form, because I mean, honestly, you know, if you're just printing a handful of prototypes for $300. Jesus, you know, I'd buy one, you know, just because the resin's so much cheaper. But you know, it also depends on the software and how easy it is to use, and what are your failure rates, what are, you know, how are you supporting, will it support Lychee or some of these other ones, you know. I mean, it's not just that final print, because that final print may look great right there, but that surely doesn't mean that that's the one that you're going to get every time, you know. And that's the trade-off with something that's $300 as opposed to $3,500. Yeah, the only problem with the open mode and this may be different because I haven't really looked into it for a while, but is that the swiper or the wiper doesn't work, and neither does the heated bed. You know, I think the wiper's kind of a big deal just to keep things mixed up, but none of these have wipers, so maybe those resins don't need to be swiped. What do you think, Henry?
The Form 3 doesn't even have open mode, so I have no comment.
Fair enough. They don't make the Form 2 at all anymore? You used to be able to get it for like almost $1,000 off there for a while. I guess it makes sense. It's been a couple years at this point, hasn't it? I've just completely lost years of my life. I have no idea what's going on in the world. There's a big argument thing with slicers. Lychee is printers are shit you box hardware.
Chitubox. So Chitubox is like the biggest hobby grade slicer for enthusiast SLA machines for a long time. And Chitubox got so popular that they started creating controller boards for 3D printers and leasing them to like Elegoo and Anycubic and whatever. The unexpected result of that was Chitubox locked the control boards down so that you could only use the Chitubox slicer. And then Chitubox started charging people to use Chitubox for like the more advanced features, which everyone had grown accustomed to them being completely normal features. So when people started switching over to Lychee, they couldn't use their printer anymore.
Why are people so dumb? It just never fails.
I mean, it'll get cracked.
Oh, sure. It doesn't stand a chance of not getting cracked. I mean, that's the cracking community, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just always refer to it as the maker community. You know, just the people who are willing to sit down and fiddle fats with something until it works. Yeah, they're the people who are going to come in and beat your software to death if you start to screw with them.
It can't be too hard to turn a .photon file or a .whatever kind of file each slicer produces into a .chitu or whatever their proprietary thing is.
Yeah, because you don't really have to crack anything. You just need to figure out how to convert the files to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Formlabs does that. They have the form file.
Well, and the way I personally would get around it is I would go to Lychee, do all of my setup and supporting, and I would
then just
export
export it as an
STL.
STL. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. And then, because Formlabs does take an STL.
Yep.
Yeah. Do all of them take STLs?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. So really that's, well, you just have to have something that'll export an STL.
Yeah. It's just one extra annoying step for the sake of money.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's going to be very interesting to see where it goes, because, you know, when we go to trade shows and stuff and we start talking to our vendors, you know, Solidscape has supported me, and we've supported them for a long time. I mean, we use solid-scape printers. But now we send it to somebody who has a solid-scape printer, because trying to upkeep a solid-scape printer can be very pricey, especially if you don't use it every day. I mean, if you use your solid-scape printer every day, it's fine. Yeah, you know, but other than that, it's a night. It can be very bad. And I was talking to him. I'm like, you guys got to come up with a way to deal with this, because, yeah, you're the best printer on the market right now for jewelry. Okay, because they don't print resin, they print a wax. So all of these printers, if they're doing castable, are printing a resin that burns out. And the problem with that is resin has very crappy heat quality or heat properties, in the sense that it retains liquid resin within the print, microscopic levels of liquid resin. And so I'd be very interested to see if the DLPs retain less liquid resin, because the liquid resin is really the cause of the liquid resin problems are. Oh, I don't have it here. What was my little drawing program? I can't remember. Full bar. We'll just do it like this. So SLA, right? It has a laser, and that laser has crossover. And so it's doing all the layers like this. Well, it's doing layers like this. And what you wind up with are these microscopic little triangles of uncured resin, right? Because a laser is a circle, and it has a fall off of intensity, right? So this is blurry, or gets blurrier towards the outside. And so that's why they do the crossover, because then they're curing this the same amount. Well, when you get to, that was pathetic. Okay. Sorry. You get this little space right here, which is the least cured of the area. And what happens is, while you're doing your burnout, this gases off. And what happens is it goes to the outside surface of the print. So this is your investment, or the plaster that you pour your wax in, right? And then this is the print. Well, this comes out to the surface. And when it hits the surface, it boils off. And so you get this sort of like orange peely surface where the resin is boiling on the surface of because it's not evaporating. It sticks and like boils, and that eats into the plaster. So you get a crappy surface. I wonder if DLPs or the screen, because they're not all DLP, it's LED or DLP, right? So since that exposes the whole layer at once, and then it exposes, that layer and then that layer at once, I wonder if you have less residual resin in there, or a whole lot more, because it's not going to be the same, right? You're either going to get almost no residual resin because it exposes it quick enough that you're doing a full exposure on the layer, or it's not a full exposure on the layer, so you have little panels of stuff that's instead of just being the triangle intersection, it would be the whole layer that could have. But I doubt that's the case. Well, I don't know. I have yet to see any castables coming off of the solids, or the Solus was an LCD. So, and the Solus did beautiful prints, and actually they cast pretty well. So I'm guessing it's actually less.
I definitely wouldn't say it's less. I would call it relatively equivalent with anti-aliasing.
Sure, because you're dehydrating the centers of the right. It's less cured in the center distance between your contact points, I guess. Interesting.
It's less cured around the edges, so there's less light bleed to pixels that weren't meant to be cured.
Sure.
So there's less partially cured resin on
Sure.
the edges.
So do you think that the DLP would be even better? Because at an 8K resolution DLP, that outside edge should be pretty darn sharp, don't you think? Especially if you could get, because out of DLP, you should be able to get more lumens than an LCD. Because that was always the whole point of the DLP technology, was that you were getting much more brightness in that projection. At least that was the selling point of DLP, right?
Well, I'm not sure I understand how you put
Thousands of little
8K and DLP together.
Well, yeah, it's not really an equivalent. I think they're just talking about surface resolution, and that's how they're whatever
Because
that.
if it's 8K, it's an LCD screen, not DLP.
Right, but I think they're using that as a relative comparison.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong. Don't they rate the DLP printer as
A K number?
yeah?
That's,
What's
maybe.
is it Elegoo who just came out with the? Isn't that the new DL? Elegoo is the one that has the DLP technology, right? Because Anycube's just an LCD. It's not a DLP. Or is it?
They all have so many at this point. I don't know. It'll take me longer to Google the question.
Yeah, of course. You can upload anything. In fact, our next critique has anatomy. Look at those toes. Yeah, that's the biggest question in the world, Sparks. Sadly, well, okay. What is it that they've commissioned you to do? Did they provide the drawings, or do they want you to design something from scratch? Or what's the, you don't have to be specific if you don't want to, but what is the piece? And how is it commissioned? Is it just something, because if they give you the drawings and stuff like that, basically you're just renting your craft. And most people get anywhere between 30 and 60 bucks an hour. And once again, it depends on your skill set. I mean, I don't know where you stand in the world as like how long does it take you to get a model done. So I charge 200 bucks an hour, but I don't charge by the hour because it's very hard for me to make money charging by the hour. So I do a day rate. So I normally charge $2,000 a day to work, whether I work on it for 20 minutes or whether I work on it for 20 hours. I charge the same rate. And then I charge differently if I'm designing something and you're giving me credit for the sculpt. I charge differently than if you want me to design something that you're going to claim as your design, compared to you give me a bunch of drawings and you want me to sculpt them. So there's a couple different ways that you have to view your work, and then in turn how you would price it. Okay, you uploaded something. Well, let's go through this piece. Is this person here? Who was this, Henry?
Varric Grimm.
Is Varric here? Oh, there it is. I would say there's definitely going to be more affordable. Well, wax printers, that's probably not. Resin printers that use more wax, feasibly, yeah. It's just the wax printer is an additive printer that then comes back and shears the surface off, and it's a complicated process. It's not the same process as it's a deposition process, not a curing process. But yeah, there will be better castable resins for sure. Okay, hold on. So this person is not here, so why don't I download what you uploaded? Sorry, my mics and stuff are in the way of me seeing anything on the monitor. Okay. Okay. Stop it. And then we are going. Crunchy. All right, so let's go here. Did I not download those? I hate. Give me all right. Why does it show up here and not? Oh, because we're in it. It shows here, but it didn't show in. What's that? Like, why does it put it in a different place when? Henry, where are your answers?
It shouldn't put it in a different place when it's extracted. What are you doing wrong?
I don't know.
Stop doing it.
I'm trying.
Okay.
I'm doing my best. Oh. There we go. Import. And you come in. Okay. Project. Okay, so Sparks, was it you that we were? Who's here that just uploaded the part? Okay, so Sparks. So we're gonna do Sparks. This is you, right? So this fits over something to give it sort of that dolly wavy effect. Okay, D, we have you as well. Okay. Yeah, no, this is you, right? Is this you, D? Do I have a really?
Yeah.
I struggled on the edges with the remesh and I lost a lot of detail. So when you say you lost a lot of detail, you just mean your edges aren't sharp. Yeah, here. So this is, so normally before you remesh, okay, we're just going to pretend this is your original model for a minute. Here, and I'm going to nope. I'm just come here and make this edge right here sharp. I assume this is what you're talking about when you said you lost a lot of detail. So, we're going to pretend that this is your original model, okay? I'm going to come. Sharp. So we're just looking at this area right here, okay? Give me an affirmation. Is this what you mean by you've lost detail? Because if this isn't it, then we figure out what you are talking about. Okay. Nope. By no means is it too late. Submit away. Okay. So, like I said, we're going to pretend this is your original model. And this little area is sharp. Right? So, before I remesh, I will always come over here. I will duplicate it. And then I'll remesh it. So now, this is our original model. This is our remeshed model. And we've lost detail. Okay, first of all, do you have enough geometry to hold that detail? I would probably say no, because you only have 160,000 polys here. That's a lot of sharp edges to retain within 160,000 polys. I would normally suggest you're going to want to divide up into the 1 to 3 million poly range to be able to retain good edges. Let's look at it, 1 million. So, okay, this is my remesh. Okay, this is our soft one. This is our sharp one, right? No. Okay. I resharpened the wrong one. That's okay. Planer. Okay. Okay. So this was your original part. And then this is the softer part. Okay, so with 169,000 polys, I would say you probably do not have enough geometry to retain all of these edges sharply. And so we're going to come back here. I'm going to hold down Control, and I'm going to make this our history state. Okay? Exactly. It's not sculpting if you're not making noise. Okay, so now we have this part, and I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to go to Project History. I'm going to hit it, and you can see how this edge is not sharp and this edge is not sharp. So that means that you don't have enough geometry on this base model to retain sharp edges. So we're going to come in here and we're going to divide it. And now I'm going to project history. and you can see now you have your sharp edges. So before you decimate, dynamesh, whatever your model, make sure that your original model with the corners and edges at the sharpness and angles and everything that you want it, keep that. Then come in and project to your original after you've done it. Project history has been here for, well, since 2020. Was it 2020 that they introduced history, or was that 2019? Like I said, it's all a blur to me now. So confused. Is my camera clear to everyone?
Yeah, it looks fine.
Okay. For some reason, my Twitch always seems blurry. Yeah, so you have the option to project all or to project history. I prefer history. I think it's a little cleaner, and it also allows me to see the model without the overlay, right? Because, you know, if you're projecting, you have to have that one visible, and sometimes you can miss things with the shell on, and when you're doing project history, you don't have that shell issue. Oh, by the way, for everyone on YouTube, hit the like. Oh my goodness, I'm falling apart here. Everything on YouTube, hit the like and the subscribe button, and if you want to be notified, there's the little bell button. Also, if you have any questions along the way, put it in the comment section, and either I or someone who is more knowledgeable than I will answer that question. All right. So does that make sense, Sparks? So if you want to upload the original model, we can go through that as well. Okay. I'm going to move on to D, upload the original model that hasn't been, you know, that's the corners you want, and we'll look at it. We'll upload your other model, upload the model you exported out of Maya, and we'll also discuss scale, because there's no reason in the world you shouldn't be sculpting in ZBrush if scale's the only issue, because scale's easy. I mean, it's there you go. That's your measurements. It's in scale. I mean, ZBrush, if you see these little things up in the corner that say units, a unit is a millimeter. That's all you have to remember. So sliders to subtool, see how it says down here, I have it selected at millimeters, and that's telling you how many millimeters it is, and it's a box measurement. If you're trying to measure something specific, you can just select that little area, or you can use your transpose tool to measure. But if you upload the original model, we'll go through all of that on that model. Okay, let us do, well, you're here, so we'll go. So this is, I know that Venom is body, like, distorts and twists and distracts, and, you know, it's not just straight anatomy. Is there a reference for this that you're interested in trying to copy, or are we just talking about anatomy issues with this? And also, if anyone wants to join the Discord and talk instead of typing, feel free to join the Discord, and then that way you can get into the chat. You used a reference. Do you have that reference image? You can post in Discord as well if you. Keep hydrated. Right on. Okay, while he's doing that, we're going to hop over here to spines. Okie dokie. Isn't there a slider that keeps this from going to its lowest resolution when you rotate?
Yeah. Eric has told me about it before. I don't remember where it is.
I kind of like these things because they're sort of like nipple rings. But are his nipples that low? What's going on? Actually, your armpit anatomy is looking pretty darn good. Your neck anatomy is pretty darn good. Here, let's do. You got really skinny hips though. I would say you probably want even just a little bit more hip there. Your biceps probably a little wide right here at the hip because that is going in. You know, it's pinching there. But all in all, your anatomy's nice. Oop. Nope, that's not what we're looking for. That one. There we go. Like, are these rings just like puncture rings into the body? If they are, I mean, at this point, obviously, you haven't, you know, you're not sculpting fine detail in here yet. Your fabric's nice. Single sheet. Did you just do this fabric as a sheet, or did you bring this out of the here? What's the fabric thing? I mean, what's the fabric program?
Marvelous.
Marvelous Designer. Because it sort of looks marvelousy. Because like this stuff all looks like Marvelous, and then it looks like you've kind of bent it here and here to get it to do some of that, but this is very marvelous. You hand sculpted this. You did a really damn good. This is beautiful. And if it's marvelous, that's great. It's what it's used for. So sort of as you did here, as these things are penetrating the torso. Pushed a button and lost on my. Why'd it go away? So obviously your body doesn't have enough anatomy to start sculpting details like this. I'm going to divide this so we can discuss a little. if you are starting to do these things, just make sure that brush that you are getting an over and under and a return on these. And I know that your body was too low res to do this, so it wasn't big a deal. Twist. I'm gonna twist the edges so it looks like they're going in. And on these, if they are actually puncturing the body, have some sort of intersection here where that shows that it's actually going into the body somehow. You know, whether there's a pucker or whether there's a hole or whatever, just make sure there's an interaction with the body if these are penetrating the body, right? Your anatomy looks good. Your facial stuff is getting really, you know, you're getting your motions and stuff in. Like I said, you're doing it too low res to really get surface detail, so that's fine. Your accoutrement, or oh, you know, they're nice. Is this just floating? Is this attached to this? I'm not sure what this is. Is it a structure that's coming out of his back, sort of like a? Oh, I see. It's sort of like a skeletal wing. I would be my guess, right? If it is a skeletal wing, I would say consider your framing. All different things. Okay, hold on. Move over. We want you. Come on. There we go. Oop. So if this is a skeletal wingy sort of thing, I would suggest looking at your framing just a little bit better in the sense of because if you think about your wings sort of here, let's say, and I'm not talking about in the back, I'm just saying, see how it now can have that feeling of the wing coming up and out. I think that you probably need to make this intersection a little more obvious, maybe shorten this stuff up. So I'm just going to force this to, but see how you get the wing silhouette here. So if you're going to have something that is, let's say, skeletal wing, so it's minimal, I would position it where, how come I can't? Where's my disc in Discord? Where do I? Maybe go through all of that for that. You're goof. Okay. But you see what I mean, where you're at least selling the silhouette that you have of wing, right? You get that cock, the return, and then, you know, your flight wings. So don't hide it behind there, and especially because it was hidden behind the head. It sort of looked like it was like it was part of the crown, and the crown was a very different character than these are. And then when you come to the back, you're like, oh, it's not connected, it's connecting here. So I am assuming that this is a wing. So just make sure to, whatever, you need to imply wing a little bit more, and then you need to get it out into this airspace. So and I would show that return, because that's a very common right? That intersection there for the wing, that joint, and because these are like your little flaps. These are your bigger flight, right? So I wouldn't hide that shape, because if you hide that shape, it could be a halo, it could be a this, it could be a that. So think about your positioning of your wingy thing. I like these penetrating the body. Like I said, wherever anything's going through the body, just make sure that you have at least some little interaction with the body around it. And you've started doing that here. And I know that your resolution wasn't high enough to deal with stuff like this at that point, but don't forget it. Yeah, I think that's really it. So where you have intersections, make sure that they are actually intersecting. I would reposition the wing so it looks like a wing, and you could do that also by feasible, like if you have your wing shape, you know, doing that, you can open that up some by either lowering the hand and the trident a little so the wing shape becomes more apparent. You can, lower the hand and angle it a little so where maybe this is going behind the leg, this is coming out, and then that would give this more room to show that wing joint intersection. Something in that. All right. But it's a lovely piece. It's nice. It's well conceived. I just think you have a little posing things you can sort out. The other thing is, you have your crossover. Right? So you have a lean to the torso, right? His legs are coming off center. And then he's really straight. So I would suggest doing something a little bit more contrapposto in the sense of work on the pose, maybe, open this up some. Oops. Open this up some, drop this shoulder a little more, and then get a little bit of curve into the torso, because the torso is like at 90 degrees. And then that gives this return a little bit more reason, and this also gives the wing a place to be, if that makes any sense. Let's get a little bit more motion in there, and that's why your hips got crushed in as well, because you moved him, but this is just so rigid and your legs are starting to curve a little. So yeah, I think, he's presenting in this direction, right? He's presenting this. I'd probably have him looking in that direction. So you have the room to sell that as a win. Something like that. But it's fun. The anatomy's fun. The idea is well executed. I just think you need a little bit more tuning, and then obviously some higher resolution detail, so you can start to get little things like that puncture in and things. But it looks good. Hey, Big Yo. Big yo. Okie doke. D. Or was it? Oh. U. They're in. They're in the Twitch stream. Henry, does Twitch block?
No. Twitch streaming text in the Discord.
Oh. Okay.
It's a text channel.
Sorry. Discord. Hello. Hello, Discord. All right. Of course. Dead center. And it's on my settings page. Don't even recognize. All right. So which one is it in? In general? Oh, Twitch stream. Okay, so this is our. Okay. Hey, Sean. So everyone can see that's our reference imaging. So she's actually she's a little distorted, but I mean she's pretty human. Okay. So I would say so you're a little blown out, right? Because I mean she's pretty realistic here. I mean here you're getting a little bit of extra hip. Her head's too big. Her breasts are obviously large, and but her hip and back, right, are actually pretty realistic resolution here. And if we're going here, this is just a bodysuit, right? You know, this isn't distorted at all. I mean, her head's a little weird, but the bodysuit is human. So I would say that you probably want to come back and think about this in a more realistic anatomical reference, right? Because if anything, her head's small here compared to being big in the images. So I would probably start with an actual anatomical reference, and you can do it with let's see, tool and come on. There you go. Nope. Everybody. Come on, Julie. It's gonna be like Okay, so, I would take it from, even at this point, a rough anatomical source, right? So we're going to rotate our torso to be roughly where it's at. And I'm going to grab twist. And I always forget this. And I'm just going to come up here. Let's get her torso there. And now her hip. Oh, actually, she's straight up. Give her just a little twist on the torso. Well, we're starting at solution. This is also why you have, I say, keep your subdivision levels, because it lets you start to futz with some of this. We're going to turn transparency on, boop. And we are going to shrink her just a little more. All right. But you can see already that there's some scale issues, right? Her feet are way too big. Her hands are supposed to be too big. They're obviously blown out. But honestly, her body's just voluptuous. It's not like abstracted or distorted. I mean, fantasy voluptuous, not real voluptuous. Nobody has a body to look, but that's okay. So let's do this real quick. Oh, she's already broken up. That's the other reason this model get. Okay, I'm going to take her head, and we are going to rotate her head towards. Hey, Cena. And then we're going to come here. We're going to hide and we're going to hide her. And the nice thing about having this low res, we can come back in and just tap smooth, and we will get rid of a lot of the distortion. And you're going to have to come back in and sculpt, because that wasn't smooth. That's why. There we go. All right, so now her head's facing us. Now we're going to take this arm, mask. It's going to bring shoulder. And we're going to W. Bring the arm out. Up. And we're going to rotate. Nope. You can see, because we have low res, I can just sort of place it where I want. And once again, come in, hide that, smooth this. And now I can take move and get this sort of back out to the right place. Tap that. And I'm not too worried at this point. I just want my mesh to be kind of smooth. All right. And then you're going to take this arm, mask it. Nope. get the elbow, shoulder up a little bit. No, you can see here. It's got. Okay. And then this angle here. So we are going to W up this arm back. Rotate that forward. Rotate it. You can see I'm losing some anatomy here, but that's okay because we're just trying to get it the right pose from here. Take this leg, mask it, flip it, get it there. It's not completely crimped. Mask it. And so you can see just by using something that has real anatomy, it's going to allow you to at least start with something that's fairly in the right proportions and just allow you to fiddle futz with it until it's sort of where you want to be. And then as we divide up to a sculpting geometry, we can come back here and fix some of this stuff really fast as we're going up in geometry. And get the knee sort of there. Still a pinch. That got twisted the way I did it, but you know, meat in for the hip. Replace the buttocks that stretched out. And so as you start working on it, you know, you're working on something that has at least its foundation in real anatomy. And I think that's going to help you some because you're a little distracted by, I think your silhouettes kind of got you out of wink a little. And so start with a mannequin or a posable body, and that'll help you retain some of the anatomical issues with it. Because, you know, you have some very nice moments here, right? Like your striatus and stuff like that is looking good. You know, the torso, you know, the torso is actually not bad, right? You're just a little like, you know, some of this is just rolling a little forward, right? Because this isn't, your front isn't. This stuff is sitting off to the side, and that then your thigh is really big. And that's what I was saying, it depends on, you know, if you're trying to be true to the image or if you were trying to make something stylized and melodramatic. That's the difference. This thigh's long. Probably bringing all that back there. So I don't know if you use mannequins, but within Z-spheres, where is it? Is it Project? in Z spheres, they're mannequins. And so you can start with one of these mannequins and get the pose, and it'll lock. Like, you can't get your, well, you can. You have to hold it by the arms, not the balls, right? If you grab it by the arm, you can pose it, and it's not going to change the perspective or the scale of the joints. So I would come in and use a mannequin and do your posing in the mannequin. And that's going to allow you not to distort the body, to misshape the body, and then just convert that to a mesh and start sculpting there. Because you're getting some of the subtleties of the anatomy. You just lost any kind of core. You did it without a skeleton, if that makes sense. You know, it's blown out of proportion in ways that just shows that you're sculpting and sculpting and sculpting and sculpting, and you're not thinking of the skeleton in it. So I would probably at least have one of the mannequins in your sculpt so you can see your proportions and keep that stuff straight. Because, you know, a lot of the sculpting is actually very nice. It's just you're not doing it with a skeleton in mind. Yeah. Okay, and then Sparks, did you upload that model? Did you upload the raw model? Uh-oh. It puts it down here for. Import. And then okay. Tool. Carbo. Okay. And then there's something, right? Okay, so I'm assuming this is a reference. Okay. So let's go to Sparks real quick. So this is your clean model, right? Of course you're allowed to preset mannequin. You know, the thing is this, is that, you know, I can't tell you, if you go onto ZBrush Central and you see all this beautiful anatomy sculpture, I'm going to say that 85% of it's out of DAZ. That's going to be my guess. And the thing is that they're not going to claim that. They're going to say they sculpted it. And the way to tell is, you know, the anatomy's beautiful, the bodies are beautiful, and then they have a purse and it looks like a 4-year-old sculpted the purse. A lot of people are using Jazz, Poser, Mannequins, other anatomy references. I mean, I have a set of a base anatomy sculpture that I use, and actually I'm trying to figure out how to get my base models into DAZ, because it'd be so much easier if I could just pick a pose and click it and it does all the distortion stuff and it's my sculpt. So you can use any of that stuff. Just be honest, right? You know, if you're getting a job as an anatomy sculptor and you can't sculpt anatomy, but you can use DAZ, that's misrepresenting yourself. But you can use any of it. You know, I mean, like if I had something that was a complex pose that I needed tomorrow, I'd probably use DAZ or something like that. Yeah, you can use anything. It's how you represent your usage of it is where you're ethical or unethical. You know, because if I have, you know, let's say Rococo furniture that I need for like a little model scene for something, and I'm not selling that chair as something I sculpted, but just as a scene, oh yeah, use it. That's why, I mean, every furniture company in the world, if you look at architectural modeling sites, you can get like 3D models of pretty much any modern furniture that's out there for sale, because architects want to put them in the scenes to look at them. You can download that stuff for free. And if that's what you're doing with it, hallelujah, who cares? You know, who cares? Because I'll tell you what, 80% of ZBrush Central has a lot of pre-made assets that those people did not sculpt, because you can just see the difference between the anatomy and the other stuff, and that's cool as long as they're admitting that. So yeah, don't forget, you know, that's the problem, or that's the issue. It's not that you're using it, it's that you claim it as your own skills. That's where it can become an issue, because if you can't actually sculpt that, someone's going to ask you to sculpt it, and no, this is the new. Yeah, okay. I'm like, I was looking at that, I was like, that has dents in it. What's that about? So yeah, don't worry about using mannequins and stuff. That's totally a thing. Anime girl pose 3, right? Sure, actually people are making money on DAZ. Become a DAZ sculptor. I mean, somebody's making money over there. Yeah, yeah, I mean, I don't know, I don't really use them. So we got DAZ because I wanted to try to figure out how to get my models into DAZ as opposed to getting their model. Yeah, I mean, there's a DAZ Go Z, right? You can hit DAZ and it'll dump the model right into ZBrush. There's a Go Z for DAZ. That's why I keep bringing DAZ up. Okay, so this is your model. And so, yep, every Monday night at 8 is when I start. So you have your original base model. I am going to duplicate it. Now here, since you have, these edges aren't creased, so crease isn't going to help you, but the other thing I would do is detect edges, and adaptive is on this is an okay place to start because it's going to give you enough geometry to figure it out. So detect edges is looking for 90-degree angles, basically. If some of the models, the OBJs will crease the edges, if you have an export option to crease the corners, do that because you can keep creases, and that keeps it much more sharp as well. But let's see, remesh, detect edges, adaptive. On our copy, boop, and you can see that it detected quite a few of the edges, honestly. Here, let's hide this. So you can see by saying detect edges, it kept some of our edges cleaner. Now we lost this. So this is 9,000. So I would say that we definitely need more than 9,000 for our base division. Normally, when I do this, I'm going to, also you have separate parts here. These aren't joined together. I don't know if that's an issue. Normally when I do this, I would then take this down in halves. I would take this half, turn adaptive off, Z-remesh, Z-remesh, Z-remesh. But you can see how it's really starting to mangle down here. That's because you do have a creased edge. Smooth it. And then, all right, that's probably as low as you're going. And now I would divide this back up. But you're not going to sculpt on this, right? This is your final product. Okay, so ignore me. Don't listen to me. I'm a complete liar. That's how I would do it. Okay, so we'd go back to here. We know that we had 10,000. So at this point, I'm going to do the complete opposite. I'm going to come in here, turn that off. I'm going to take my count all the way to 100. So now it's going to turn this into a 100,000 poly model. And so now we're going to keep detect edges on, and we're going to Z-remesh. Oh, if he wants them to be separate pieces, yes, I would do that before. Like if you want, I don't know if you need to be able to separate these panels or not, or if that's just how your OBJ came in. If it isn't how your OBJ came in, yes, right now we would come in, hit W, boom, boom, remesh by Dynamesh. No. Remesh by Union. And now see how this gives you all this squirrely geometry? I would then come in here, because this is now a solid. I would come in here, I would slide my this up to like 6 million. This is my Dynamesh. I would Dynamesh this now, actually. Because if you Dynamesh it up in that 6 to 8 million polys, it's you can see that you have your sharp edges. But what we have now is a smooth mesh. And what that is going to do is allow us to, when we Z-remesh here, it's not trying to match your crappy geometry. And what I mean by your crappy geometry, not your crappy geometry, but the crappy geometry that was produced in this Boolean. See all this stuff? Remesh is going to try to keep this stuff. So often when you're doing this, Dynameshing before you Z-remesh is good because it is going to think about this stuff and it's going to try to keep the geometry. So by Dynameshing high, right? I mean, I Dynameshed to what, 6 million polys? Control Z. Right, we're at 5.8 million polys. This is now a very smooth, very homogeneous mesh. So now when I Z-remesh, let's take it down to 50. And we are going to have detect edges on mesh. Nope, I would have duplicated this, but whatever. We have our original, even though the original is not one shell, so that could create a problem. Do I have some stupid setting on here? Detect edges causing us grief because it's dynamic. Yeah, sorry, I don't know anything about Maya. Last time I used Maya was like 25 years ago. Been a while. Okay. Turn detect edges. Yeah, no, like 25 years ago, I was hired by them to um, give them a sculptor's insight as to their artisan tools. And my one and only answer was, you need more geometry. Yeah, say that helpful. Now, to be fair, hold on, I'm going to escape it. There's something mesh that's going to blow up. It shouldn't take that long. But honestly, if you're not sculpting on this, right, you know, this is what you want. Did you bend it in ZBrush? Did you do this bend in ZBrush? No, I wouldn't. I would never say I'm an expert in anything of Maya. um, no. um, okay, well, so I see this is just the basement. Okay, so my point of that is this, right? We now have a very clean mesh that has sharp edges, right? And this was done out of a high resolution Dynamax. Now, if you're then going from here and then you want to export it as a STL, you don't necessarily need to Z-remesh this because this has enough resolution to retain the geometry. You're not sculpting on it, right? And in that case, I would just come over and decimate it. And then the decimation is going to be low enough res for you to export it. And yeah. Yeah, well, that's what decimation's for. Like, if you were going to come in here and sculpt on this, you know, chances are you're just doing texturing, so I wouldn't. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Henry.
Got you.
Okay. Okay. Completely different story. Let's see. We need duplicate and start. Q. So now we come here, and I assume you did this off of drawings. Is that how you got your silhouettes? Oh yeah, you have the drawing. Honestly, you can do all of this in ZBrush super simply. It's not rocket science. So let us, I'm just going to use your drawing as the sketch, okay? Or your model here as the sketch. But you can, well, no, I guess I'm supposed to show you how to do this, right? So, where's Discord? I will open original. So what we're going to do is we're going to come in here and we are going to turn our floor on. We are going to go into draw. I'm going to come down to front back, go to map 1. Map 1 is front. I'm going to import and adjust that. Show in folder. Okay, it's right there. Why is it? I don't like this new thing they're doing. Well, wait, I don't want to open you. I want to know where you are.
You're
See, it's not here.
but
it's right here.
Right click in there in some white space. You should see group by and click none.
No, that's name.
Yesterday, last week thing.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's confusing as hell.
Right.
Okay, so now how is it? Now that's confusing.
Now just click on anything once and hit the D. Hit D.
Goodness gracious. What that? Okay. So here you now have your image in. Okay. Now, how do you get your image to scale? Well, just absolutely bar none, the easiest way is, I assume this is to scale. Sliders to subtool. So that is 62.72599 high, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click. You notice I have not changed this, right? I'm going to click on this. I am going to here. I am going to go Q, W. I am going to turn this into a polycube. And you notice that I have not changed these numbers, right? All I'm going to do, unclick all because we don't want that. And we want R because we want it to stay in this. And we're just going to go resize subtool. Okay. So as you can see, watch this number, sliders to subtool. We changed a 10,000th of a millimeter. So that's fine. So now that square is the size of the part you want. I would just come in here, go to draw and scale, and just scale this down until it is here. You have to fill mold. There we go. So now it's on top of my form there. Draw horizontal. Get it to where it's center. Vertical. a little bit. And you can type these numbers in so they're exact. You know, you can change it. Okay, so there we go. So now that drawing is to scale to your master block. Does that make sense? And so now we can come in here. I am going to duplicate that master block. I'm going to hide this. I'm going to hide this. And so now we just have this in that block. And this even gives you a pretty good breakdown of your blocks here. And I'm sure there's a thickness measurement, and we got it off of this. I'm sure you got it off your drawing somehow. All right. So what I'm going to do with this, let's see what we have here. We are going, I'm going to make this one less, fill mold 2. And I'm going to come in here. I'm going to get Z modeler, insert edge loop, multiple edge, because I'm just going to tap this and it's going to cut it in center. Now these are roughly a square, right? I know that we have a circle under there. I'm just going to do this and punch that through. We have to I just want this to be one thick. Take it like this. Boom. And now I have a circle. And now I am going to go move infinite XYZ. And you could feasibly count how many facets you have on this. Make sure you have the right facet number, because it looks like I have fewer facets than you're going to have there. So, you know, we can come in and do this. Now we have more facets. I'm not worried about matching your facets exactly right now. All I'm going to do is come in and do this, get it roughly where we want it. Okay, so that's close. And now I'm going to come here. There. You can see I'm just pulling it inside the surface, finding the next bend, going to it. I'm trying to keep these as fairly even as possible, because you don't want to load any part of your geometry up melodramatically. Boop. Ba-doop. 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 All right. So now that's pretty close. Next thing I'm going to do is, we didn't do this as a single. See, this is why I do my block up separately. All right. So normally I would take one block and chase it around. I was trying to be quick here. And I'm going to show you why I do that. Because, right, you have this lip that you want to cut in here. And because we just went 90 degrees on these corners, I didn't build it as a full circle. When I go like this to insert my loop, you see how it's not going all the way around? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fix this by blowing out these corners that are the 90 degrees, because we do not want that. We want, we want this to be a continuous edge. So we're just going to Q mesh this in. And I'm going to pull this to where it's roughly facing 90. Boop. Now it's joined. Now I can push that back in. Boop. Bring this in. Make it facing roughly 90. Boom. And now take it back. Shape. Same thing. Bump. So you never want to come off 90 degrees. You always want to keep your silhouettes going around. And then that way, show you in a second here. Boop. So now we have a loop, right? And this becomes much easier to deal with because I'm like, okay, well, I need one more here, right? Oh, that was a lot more. Let's go back to single. Single edge. Boop. And now I can move it to where I want it to be. There. There. We need one more here because this is off a little. Boom. 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 And you can see I can come back in and match whatever your base geometry there. Now I'm going to take this. I'm going to change my draw to fill mode of 3. So now I can see the drawing on top of my thing. So now when I insert this edge, I'm going to bring it in. And okay, a little low. Should go out a little more. We need a whole nother thing here, so I could bring this in. There, so you can see that we're matching. That needs more. Throw one in the middle here. Yeah. Okay. So now you can see that we are pretty tightly matched to our drawing. Oh, Jason. Okay, so now you can see that I have this, right? And now all I'm gonna do Control W, turn it all one poly group, take this, come in. If you know what your measurement is, you can come in here and just do this, get it to your measurement, and now you just drag this down. Oop. And I will normally just make sure that's 90 by masking that off. W, going to my measurement and just sliding this down. And what that moving that box does, you see it makes everything come to that point. So now I have our base form here, right? Now we know that we don't want it to roll off the back. I'm going to floor off real quick. We know that we don't want the back to be rounded. So we're going to come in, go to Z Modeler, hold over this, hold down crease, hit that. Nope. Crease, edge loop, complete. Boom, goes around, boom, goes around. We want this to be sharp. And is the inside edge sharp? Inside edge is sharp on both of these. Okay. So now we come back here. I'm going to hit crease there. I'm going to hit crease there. And so now this outside edge is the only edge that is not creased. And so when I start dividing this, everything else will stay sharp. That outside edge will rotate. Then you obviously have these forms. So either, so here, let's undo, no, you go back to where, this is my, we're gonna turn this on as transparency. And what I am going to do is higher. I'm going to come in, insert, come in here, not inset, insert, come here and drag this out. That's now that outside wall. And then there's an inside lip here. And get that to be, that's roughly where the inside lip is. And now we can come in here. We are going, it's not out. We're going to mask this out here anyway, because I don't want to be moving that around at all. Pull this down, move infinite X, Z, and find these points. Boom. Move that back. I'm matching this to the model. We could easily be matching this to the drawing, obviously. I'm not worried about this cut here. Okay. So now we're going to come here. So that's in line. That's lined up. Same thing here. Don't. Boom. Oh, I see that. Okay. I'm just matching these to our image. Insert an extra loop here, so that's on that. Okay. So now from here, we can do this in a couple different ways. We can do a slice line here where we get a straight line across here. And that's probably the easiest way to get that to be straight. Now, let me look at this model quick. So that's flush. I don't care about the square yet. Let's get this in place. So now, come here. These have to be out here. Let us knock this down. So either you can mask these and just use single, or I'll show you poly loop. So I'm going to come in here and insert a loop to wherever that measurement is. I'm just going to call it here. Obviously, we can measure this. I'm going to come down here. I'm going to go Q mesh. I'm going to go poly loop. And that allows me to drag this down in one poly loop down to that. As you can see, there's still a little slope there because I have something masked that shouldn't be. Oh, when I added that top was masked. Okay. We're going to pretend. So come in here, unmask everything, come in here, slide that down to my wall thickness. See that little orange? See the little orange or yellow line? That's the directionality of the poly loop at this point. We're going to point it in the right direction this time, and we're going to drag it down. Now you can see that this isn't snapping exactly correctly, and I think I have a crease or a loop in there, and that's what's causing it. I'm just going to come here, do this, hold down Control, boom, and I've only selected that stuff. Get my gizmo, and I assume this line is our bottom thickness, and I'm just going to drag the blue, and I'm going to drag it towards center. And as you can see, that has now pulled all that down and flat. All right, so now we're going to go Insert. Well, no. What we're going to do is we are now going to throw a line. We're going to mask this up here. And so now I'm going to go here, move infinite XYZ, and I'm just going to bring this out. I'm going to bring that. And that out. So now that's filled. Slide that there, bring that out to there. Now we have that. So this is our next height thing, right? So I'm going to insert a line at that height, and then we have this is our next depth. So we can come down here and down, and that these are going to get cut out as a square anyway, so I'm not, these all move. When I remove that one thing, I remove the creases, so these came in. Okay. And so you have your step there. I'm going to take these guys, and I'm going to add and insert a loop here. I'm going to bring these in so we have a line that's 90 degrees here. So this is going to take this corner. Whoa. Right, we're just creating enough geometry to get this point at 90 degrees. And then that way, when we, that one at 90? No. Here. And so take that there, we're going to bring it here. And then that way, we and now that's 90 degrees. We can drag this up. Oh, we still have poly loop on, single poly. And we'll drag that up to there. See, now that's flush. And so now you're starting to build those slashes in. Once these are flush, you've got everything in. You just crease the edges on the bottom that you want to keep sharp, divide it up. And then you have, don't do it with masking on. Divide it up. And now you have your back stuff that's sharp. I didn't crease those. If I crease those steps would be sharp. And you can see how very quickly you can just get in there, get your form set up, and you have it native to ZBrush. And if you're a little bit more careful about how you lay out the original one, you can find those points that are going across, and you just make that a straight bar so you have, you know. Did that help at all, Sparks? Did that help trying to show you how to visualize it in ZBrush? I mean, if we have a few more things to go over here, but in a little bit, if that didn't help, I can actually go through it properly from the beginning. But I just wanted to give you an idea of how to go about it. Did I lose Sparks? Yeah, I would just do it the exact same way you did in Maya with those squares, right? Just do very simple block up. And then, like I said, you know, when you're blocking it up from the very, very beginning, like from here, right? You know, if you know that you have a 90-degree area right here, hold on. You know you have a 90-degree area here, all we do is, you know, move these over. Just make sure that 90's there. And see, I would probably move that one over so you can have this line being a true 90, right? And then that way you can fiddle-futz with these until they are, you know, that's now a group that is actually a 90, right? And then when you're shrinking and enlarging or acting, we bring that up and you have a 9. That makes sense? So, you know, if you just think about how you're doing your block up, you can do that fine. And once you start to put this loop in here, you know, this then again can become the 90 degrees. And so if you want these things to be straight, remember how I was just talking about, this is that. If you select these, hold down Alt, everybody stop. You're masking, if you hold down Alt, it'll select everything but those points. So now those, we go to W. I'm going to go to center. Now it's center that line. And you can see that these lines aren't, right? This is above that line. So I'm going to drag this to that little red point that's on that line, right? That little red point is on the line I want things to be on. So I'm going to grab this green square and just slide towards center. And as you can see, it's bringing all those points in line, right? It's bringing everything to center. And so now I know that that's a straight line. You know, we can do the same thing here. Hold down Alt. And you can see this is on that straight line. So we get our little red arrow, put it on the straight line. We drag all these points, just drag a few times towards center. And now we know that those are two straight 90-degree lines. And, you know, you need this to be 90, make that 90, and then just insert edges. And you can get these to go back to where they need to be. Because that's actually right. You just line these up to get them to be, need them to be. And right. And you're getting slightly weird geometry there. Oh, I moved that one. But you can see it down. And we have a 90-degree there. We slide it down, and now you've created that slot. So if you just take a little time with that block up, you can tune it to do this very quickly. And I do, every model I do starts like this. I mean, every once in a while I'll do, like if there are things that are bridging, there are times when I will start with a Dynamesh model and move things around and be quick. But the thing about ZBrush is you want as small a base poly model as you can get. So when you divide it up, you have plenty of subdivision levels to play with to get what you want. Yeah, so that's how I would have done. I wasn't paying attention to your thicknesses, but I think you get the point. Oh. Brutal. All right, is Henry back yet? No? Okay. So we have these three. Okay, we'll just go in order here. So I don't remember which order they came. So okay. Oh, those are individual strands. Okay. But that's floating strand. Those are actually really nice bows. Very nice shoes, actually. Your kitten stockings. Was the fabric done in Marvelous? Who is this? I'm sorry, I don't see a name. Are you here? Oh, Ghost. This is you. Would you do the fabric in? Did you do this in ZBrush? Hey, Ghost. So did you do this fabric in ZBrush? Oh, awesome. Great job. It's hard for people to get clean fabric stuff out of ZBrush. Nice. It just came in as an OBJ, so I figured it was imported from something else. Yeah, honestly, it looks pretty darn good. Your shoes are really nice. The hair's really good. Obviously, I think you need to make sure that when you do have hair transitions, and I mean, this is low res, I can see that, you know, it's basically blocking this stuff out. You haven't actually, you know, matched these things up. but make sure that you do match them up in the sense of like if you have, you know, this as a stroke, don't have this breaking into this. You know, you can have it behind it. And then also same thing here. If you're not going to match this strand up exactly to this strand, then do it. Then make sure that you do it where it looks like they're going in, where this one's coming out. You know, maybe these three are going in and then that one pinches and goes in or something in that vein, right? Don't just stop these. And I don't think you're going to. I would assume that, no, stop. I would assume that you're going to. Because you're so tight and clean in other places, that, you know, like here. You know, just make sure that this stuff is going under that. Right? And then this makes sense coming in. Under. Right? Just make sure all that's under the headband. But seeing what you've done up here, that's why I'm saying I think you just probably haven't. Through here. Make sure these go back. Make sure these guys are under the headband, just so you never see them. Obviously, add thickness to the headband. The lip just feels like there's a little pinch right there, and it might just be that bright pixel. There's something about this intersection. And, you know, once again, this is pretty low res, so you're not really getting that return line there. I don't know. It might just be that it's low res, so just that intersection right there just seems a little pinched. Baggy shirt, there'd be another wrinkle here probably. Right, because you have this beautiful wrinkles stuff over here. I would say that's a pretty good pinch. You'd probably have, you know, something like that going on there. Remember, these are actually going over one another. They're not just wrinkling up. So at this point up here, actually have it go under and over. And once again, I know this is low res, but right, don't be afraid to make some of these hard, right? Because chances are you would never get something that has this big of a belly in a loose, right? In a loose garment. You're probably never going to get a belly like that unless it's like 1/4 inch wool, right? This is like t-shirt material or something. So I would say that these intersections want to be a little closer, or like actually folding and touching over one another, because it's a lighter material, so it's flimsier. So where this fabric's breaking, these are actually going to be, you know, touching each other. that gapey. But like I said, I know that this is a low res model, so you know some of that you could easily.
So they're going to 3D print this as a 15 centimeter sculpture.
So
And they need
150 mil.
advice on. Yeah, they need advice on.
Okay, well, first thing I would do is fill it, right? So as you're looking up the skirt, there's no airspace here because that's going to cause you massive grief. Just come up with a plate, like if you want to see the panties or whatever, as you look up the skirt, you know, cut it above the waist or, you know, at the panty line or whatever. But I would definitely fill this in and then make sure the neck is closed just so this becomes one hollow piece. Getting that to be that thin and flexible, unless, you know, for a statuette, I would shoot for filling. If you're doing it where like this is printed out of a different material, so it's flimsy or something like that, obviously. But I think the problem with making a dress that's that thin, that's going to be on the model, this is never going to sit like this. It's going to wiggle around. The hair is going to push it forward. You're just going to have a lot of registration problems because none of this is touching the body right now. So I would make that solid. Or hollow, but solid. Because at 150 mil, you can easily make it like a 2 or 3 mil wall and it'll print fine. So I would probably, you know, keep that neck. Well, actually, I would probably cut it there. Have the head. I'm going to have to print that separately, especially if you want it to airflow around. I would print the hair as one piece. That would allow you to print the head and torso as one piece. I would probably, you know, have a solid return here, or even if not, have the legs. Actually, I'll key them because you can't see it there. Just cut those there. And just have a key. And you can print that whole leg, that whole leg. I would print the positive on the leg. And then I would cut it with a wrinkle there, peg, and then cut it with a wrinkle there, and peg. And then do the hair separate. If you're doing it with a brittle resin, right, like one that won't bend, you might have to do, like if the resin's not flexible, it might snap. You might have to cut it here. So you're printing the bangs in that front set with the head. Print it where you've cut it like at an angle like that, and then that way the hair can slide up under this seam here, and then that way this, you know, this all gets printed as one thing, and then it can snap onto the back of the head, and you can print these bangs of the head in one. I would print the shoelaces separate with just a pin peg. Probably your bows separate with a pin peg. Those will hold up. I would make them thicker. Now, if they're going to be that thin, print them separately with their pin peg. If you thicken them up, you can print them on. Or print them on. I just think you're going to have a hard time keeping those on and supported. It's going to be a lot easier if you print those and the shoelaces separate. Yeah. Does that make sense? Did that help?
Is the model to scale already?
Not even close. The model is 0.3 of a millimeter. Okay.
Would you, for my sake, show them how to export it as an STL from ZBrush to scale? Just
So
'cause I don't think you've
100,
shown that yet.
150 millimeters. So, okay, so we're going to come in here, sliders to subtool. I have mine selected at millimeters, sliders to subtool. And you can see this is 0.037. This isn't even a 1/10 of a millimeter call. So Y is my height. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go 150, enter, and resize subtool. Okay. $50, resize subtool. Subtool. Let's just say 50. Okay. Okay. Sometimes it's just weird. If you have that problem, just drag it out, sliders to subtools, and it'll give you a different measurement. Update size ratios. Yeah, so there we go. So now it is the right size. Sometimes you just have to drag the model a little because it has this weird 100 millimeter limit thing on it. And if you just drag it, or I mean, you can create it above 150 millimeter, whatever this imported it in, we were going from under, we had 3/100ths of a millimeter and we were going to 150 millimeters. So it was getting confused in that large of a transition. So if you just drag this out, and then resize it just a little bit, and then resize it again, that'll almost always fix it. It's just, it doesn't like, it doesn't understand an object that's 3/100ths of a millimeter. It, to go to 150 millimeters, it's like, what are you doing? Why are you, it just gets a little confused. So if you just take this and drag this out, and then sliders the subtool, see we're at 340. Now if I go to here, 150, resize subtool, see how it did it fine. So it didn't, those numbers were so small that it didn't understand the ratios necessarily. Yeah, sliders to subtool will give you the box measurement, right? You can't just measure the hand. If you want to just measure a hand in 3D Print Hub, there is update size ratios, and update size ratios are what are visible. So if I wanted to know exactly how thick this finger is, I can go like this, and then come like this, and then that. And we can do sliders to, or update size ratio, and you see it'll give me the measurement of whatever I have visible. And so that works all the way down to, let's come here, we want this. Now the thing to remember is you see that that's not 90 degrees. So it's measuring it at 90 degrees. If that, does that make sense? It's measuring it square in the world. It's giving you a box measurement. So that is a little off because it's not 90 to the world. Does that make sense? It's a tilt. But check mesh integrity. No. Sorry. Update size ratios, and it's 1.6 mil. So it's very, very accurate. Now, if you really want, if you want the exact, I tend to turn double on so I can see the inside and outside of that part. We're going to undo this to here. Turn double on. I can see the inside and outside. And then if you go W and then hit Y, so gizmo, and then Y goes back to our original transpose tool. In preferences, under transpose units, I have my units set like this. Unit scale is 1. So that's 1 millimeter. 1 unit in ZBrush is 1 millimeter. Its base measurements are 1 millimeter. So a unit is 1 millimeter. Minor ticks, I have 10. Major ticks, I have 1. So that means, if we look in here, you see how I have this, there's a big bar, and then there's the little bars divided by 10. Big bar is a millimeter, little bars are tenths of millimeters. And so I'm going to touch this side, and I'm going to go over here and touch this side. And I want this to be up here, so we're going to... And now, if you go up here and look up here, see how that's 0.9511. So that is 0.9 millimeters. So it's 9 tenths, 5 100ths, 11 thousandths, or 1,000th and 1/10,000th. So, I mean, anyone who says that there's not accurate measurements in ZBrush just doesn't know how to measure. So you can use transpose as a ruler, right? You can go, okay, I want to go from here to here. That is 1.478 millimeters, right? So that's how you measure accurately in ZBrush. Does that make sense? Cool. All right. Henry, tap dance for a second. I must go pee. Keep them entertained. I'll be right back.
Mute yourself.
Of course, my friend. Alrighty. You tried to model your face and it didn't go well? Did you use the little face modeler thing?
Yeah.
Not so good?
I even paid extra for the fancy face modeler thing. And it's just Daz does not go well for me.
Yeah, I know there's the is it the one where you identify the points on the face and the depths?
Maybe. the way I was doing it was just with 10,000 sliders.
Oh, it had slider. No, no, no.
Cheek depth, cheek height, brow this and that, and
No, there's one that, like, let's say this is your front, right? You come in and it has you mark. It's like, okay, so you say front, and then you mark here. It asks you, like, it goes down to key points. It's like, okay, tip of the nose, tip of the lips, tip of the chin, where that is, the lower lid, the higher lid, and the brow, let's say. And then you get this, and it'll do it in the same order. It'll say mark tip of the forehead, you know, the nose thing, the tip of the eye, the little thingy, the tip of the nose, tip of the lip, chin. And then it identifies the differences of these in space. So it gets, you know, your silhouette's pretty close. Is that the one that you're talking about that has the screens where you tap the highlight points? You're not just trying to do it with sliders. ZWrap? Yeah, I remember this woman who was my assistant was using it, and she said, I mean, it got pretty close. You know, I mean, it was definitely close enough to, you know, futz with, but just use your phone, download Scandy.
I need to do that.
So Juan, do you know how to get a ZBrush model into Jazz? If you want to make a ring with your face, do you have an iPhone? Well, I'm sure there are ones for
Not good ones.
Android. They're not?
No.
Oh, interesting.
I've tried quite a few. iPhones have a kind of like a LiDAR sensor.
Yeah, it's the face
built in.
recognition sensor that they use that data.
Yeah, Android does not have that,
Oh, interesting.
and I don't have an iPhone.
So do you know? So okay, so let me ask you this. Okay, you have to rig. You have to rig the model in ZBrush, or is there a program that you rig it in and then import it in? So how are people making custom models and getting them into DAZ? I guess that's the question. I'm on iPhone forever. I don't have an iPhone. Or I'd send it. Sorry.
Yeah, I figured you had to send yours back.
Yeah, I just do the iPhone forever thing. So I have a 12-month lease and I just trade it in every.
Yep.
Rig and Poser Pro? So in other words, there's no easy way to do this, you're telling me. Because, I mean, what I really want to do is just take, so I have a bunch of base models, and like there's some clappy monkeys and things like that, and it would be great to throw them into DAZ so we could just do different poses and use it for and then kick it back into ZBrush and then do non-photorealistic rendering so I can just do some fun graphic stuff, because it'd be so much easier just to so the model that you import, so if you can't just take the model from DAZ, bring it into ZBrush, sculpt it and then send it back to DAZ and have it do anything. Is that what you're telling me? All right, Juan, figure that one out. That's your next job, buddy. Figure out how to get my models into DAZ. That's what I want. Because that's really important. Okay. There's probably a debate on that importance. It's so funny. My friend's kid is doing Spooktober, and he's playing horror video games. And he played Silent Hill. This is sort of Silent Hill-y, just except this is a little bit more anatomically rational than just throwing body parts. There's one tutorial to get your ZBrush models in. You need to find. We're going to turn paint off. I'm going to look at your model. That looks great. Yeah, but I don't know that that armature translates as actual rigging. Yeah, it looks great. So I would say you're at a really nice point in the sense of sort of your base creation. You probably, like, you're not going to get this brush shape. This is a little bit more accurate. Right, you're not going to get this brush shape. This is weight. Right, so this nice curve is created by the, you know, this nice belly here is created by the breast sitting on the torso. So like that front one, you're going to wind up with this meat being a little bit more where you have weight down here instead of up in here, if that makes any sense. You got it going here, but this is as if these are stretching and the torso is sitting like this, right? Because you're still getting this weight belly here. In this position, you wouldn't get that. So you have a nice, and you, like I said, you're starting to come in, so it's tricky in this sense. But I would say that, like, you have a very big bend here. I would say you'd probably have a little bit more of a wrinkle in this bend, right? Because that's a pretty good bend. This is sort of like a membrane tendony sort of thing underneath there. So this is, at this point, I would say that this has been, and once again, I don't know what your final goal is, if that makes any sense, but I think at this point you need to come in and figure out where your skin tensions and stuff are, because the body's awesome, the anatomy is really interesting and good, but you know, this is a bent leg, right? And you don't really turn this floor. Right, but this is a scoop intersection. If it's bent that far, you're probably going to get a little bit of wrinkle in here. And then these become tension in there, right? You know, you have some really nice forms here. So I would say at this point, coming in and figuring out where your surface tensions are and really accentuating your surface tensions, if that makes any sense at all. because right now everything seems nice, well proportioned, smooth. The only thing that's, I would say, off is that your breasts are as if the torso is sitting like this, right? Because your weight's here. You don't have the breast hanging down, right? And you could, I mean, do it on private or whatever, but do a Google search on breasts facing down or large breasts facing down or something like that, and you'll see there'll be an anatomy reference somewhere there. And then that's what I'm saying. See, you're starting to get your surface tensions here, and since you're doing it here, I would say you need to do it everywhere. And so you get a little bit of bulking, getting a little bit of bulking as these are flexing. Get this to be slightly more tense, where these feel like they're actually under tension, like they're in the right place, but there doesn't seem to be any tension in them. And so that's where changing their thickness a little, so you feel like some stretching's happening there, and then get maybe it going off a little. And that way you're getting just a little bit of directionality and the implied surface tensions. And I would say that's what I would work on next, because your forms are lovely, and you're starting to do it right. You're getting the wrinkle here, and there's this tension in that membrane there, but this is this is mm-hmm. Where these where it feels like you're getting some stretching and bunching, and because everything's beautiful. It's in shape. Your intersections, like this is a really nice usage intersection of an armpit into a shoulder. You have that kind of going. I would continue that deltoid up and in under a little, maybe, so it feels like it's actually continuing under this structure. Because these intersections are well thought out. They're nice. Right, just make sure they sort of make sense muscularly. Because like I said, you made these decisions and they look good. They're just a little soft. And that's where coming in and really figuring out where your tensions, your bulks are will help. Just get that surface tension. Other than that, it's great. Super cool. Yep. Looks great. Yeah, I think that you kind of push the limits of your detail at the resolution you were at. And just dividing again will let you kind of come in and get that stuff sort of. Awesome. Looks great. Cool. Yeah, I would say before you 3D print, because I still view this kind of in its T pose, you know, before you print it, definitely change the arms, give it a little contrapposto, you know, get it like in motion and going. But this is a beautiful T posed model. A pose, I guess. I don't know. More like a W pose. It looks great. Yeah. Okay. Boop. So are these are the yeah, these the ones used here, or are you cool. Good. What sort of frames in this VR environment? And it looks like these are the frames that are used. And if we look at this one, definitely looks like that one. Scoop with the big S. So yeah, I would say that these are the ones that are used. Or you're a damn good copier from very little information. So yeah, of course. Is that a leg on my back?
Art piece behind you.
Oh. You mean that one? Yep, that's a leg.
Hello?
Hello. So these are the pieces actually used in this VR, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, because if you copied them, you're killing it, man. I was like, holy Anna, those are close.
No, that was like after I textured it and
Okay,
did
good.
all the stuff.
Good, because I was like, wow, that's really, really close if that's not what that is.
Oh, you thought that was the reference. Oh,
right, I thought you were referencing. I'm like, man, you're okay, you're anal, dude. You got those right on. Right on. So you did these and took them into something, textured them, and then used them in your VR?
Yeah, I took them into Substance Painter, and then that's like a little level for a school project.
Very cool. Looks great. And so what program did you do the VR stuff in? Is that Substance Painter? Or
That's the VR stuff. What do you mean by that? Like the actual flying around?
yeah.
That's Unreal Engine.
Okay, this is Unreal Engine. Okay,
Yeah.
great.
The texturing was in Substance Painter.
Yeah, Eric told us that the new Unreal Engine is really going to change a lot. It's really impressive.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm using the lumen lighting,
Mm-hmm.
and like there is barely any taxing going on the GPU for all of the lighting calculations. There's only one light in this entire scene, and it's being this well lit.
Wow. And it's
so,
just
like,
like
all-
one big general light source outside.
Yeah, it's just the sun. Like it's a big directional sunlight. So it's doing fantastically with the lighting. And then on top of that, we have something called nanite, which is like, oh, I can do my 3 million poly sculpt of a picture frame, and I can bring that in directly to Unreal. You could do that before, but the difference is, if you add more than 2 of those, your FPS would drop to like 15, 16.
Sure. And so it's basically taking that conversion. It's like converting it into something smaller. Or is it just that much more powerful process-wise?
It does this thing where like it'll store the actual FBX or OBJ, however you store it, in the engine files. But then when it's rendering it, it will do like an on-the-spot level of detail calculation. Do you know what that is? So it's like
Remember Skyver Forever?
the further away from an object you are,
the less detail you need.
Yeah. And so before nanite, we had to make like separate versions of each detail depending on the distance. So like I had to make basically just a cube for the portrait if I was seeing it from 500 meters away.
Sure.
But now with nanite, what they do is it is constantly
figuring out how close it is and what it needs.
Yeah, it's all based on on the screen space of it. So like how many pixels it's taking up.
Wow.
It'll calculate that and then dynamically change the level of detail of that high poly object.
That's crazy.
There's this funny thing I've been telling my other student friends is that like as games get, the technology gets better,
Mm-hmm.
what's happened is that we've gone like all online for downloads. Like
Sure.
for games, you used to have to go in person in like a brick and mortar store and buy them. We didn't have the online capabilities we do now. Well, with nanite and Unreal Engine, what's going to happen is we're going to end up going back to, I think, hard copy discs, because all of these artists are going to get lazy and they're going to be like, oh, I'm just going to use nanite. I'm going to plop in a 5 million poly sculpt for every single asset.
Right.
So I think we're actually going to loop back around
to physical objects. That's funny.
Yeah.
That is awesome. It's really, really cool. Yeah, we were talking about setting up sort of a gallery on our website where you can walk through and look at different objects that have been made by us. And he was saying with Unreal Engine, it's much more simple now, where you could actually have something that's high resolution and beautiful, and you can still navigate the room and look at it, and where that's cool.
That would be a great solution. Unfortunately, I don't think Unreal has like web browser stuff like Unity does. Unity is actually supported in web browsers.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, but like you could still have it as like a downloadable,
right?
Or something like that.
Or you could probably do a script and just export it as a film or something like that, or is the whole point of the Unreal is that you're doing it live?
Is that it's live,
okay,
real time rendering.
Sure. And so it doesn't have any kind of so how would a game use it if there's no interaction? Like if you can't interact online, then what's the point?
I just mean
web
like
browser.
Only like I mean like you can't put it into Google Chrome, for instance.
Okay.
That's what I mean. You can still have it as a separate, exe, separate process.
I see. So it would, you'd have to download something and it's its own freestanding thingy mabob. It's not like you can www your way to it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they'll change that. Like Unity's got that on Unreal, but Unreal's got such a big place in the market space right now that I think they're going to take over.
Well,
they're going to have to make a change.
Why wouldn't they? I mean, is there something complicated that I don't understand?
It might just be like Unity's newer and it's using like I'm not a programmer.
Sure.
I'm just like a like a 3D artist, but I think Unreal underneath all of this new UI and this new engine stuff is still that old Unreal Engine
Sure.
game that they made in like what was it 90, 97, 98?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I think that's still what's driving things technically, while Unity is newer and can be integrated because of its new programming language
Sure.
compared to Unreal.
It's closer to what you actually need to use it.
Yeah.
Very cool. No, it's beautiful. It turned out really nice.
Like the scene overall.
Yeah, no, it's great.
I've got to credit him. He said I don't have to, because he said I don't have to in an email because like, oh, you could have gotten this reference from anywhere, but I'm gonna send in the Discord. What text channel should I send this image in?
Yeah, Discord general or whatever.
Okay, send in general. So there's a artist on ArtStation, Andreas, and he made the original. Sorry, Andrej. There we go. And so my student assignment was like, find concept art because this is just a 2D piece.
Sure.
And recreate it in 3D. And so I do need to credit him. I'll link his ArtStation as well.
Isn't it amazing how, I mean, just like you said, there's one light source, and obviously you have particles of some sort, like the fog or, stuff in the air. But just just how deep and gorgeous that is. And how difficult was it to set that scene up?
Our professor gave us like 4 or 5 weeks to texture and render everything,
Mhm.
but I'm like so into this environment art thing that I just busted my ass for like 4 days straight. That's all. I was just at the computer for all day, like 14 hours for 3 or 4 days.
It was still just the fact that you could get that done in under a week is wacky.
Well, what helps is that like I knew exactly
OCD?
the camera. Maybe there's some undiagnosed some of that there. But like knowing exactly where the camera's going to be and knowing what needs detail.
Sure.
Like that's the biggest part of it.
Sure. Now, are these paintings or 3D environments?
I think what a lot of concept artists do now is like they'll do a 3D block out for lighting,
And
but then they'll do a paint.
Yeah, do a paint over.
Yeah, paint over in Photoshop.
Yeah, my friend Dave he just won an Emmy for his work with Primeval. But yeah, he was showing me Photoshop paint over stuff. He's really damn good at it.
Primeval?
Yeah, it's Gandhi Tartovsky's new animation. Well, I mean,
he worked on that?
He was the storyboard artist for it, so he really generated the story for the show.
I think it's called Primal.
You're right.
Primal.
It's Primal.
I just recently watched that. I loved it.
Yeah, it's awesome, isn't it? It's great that you can carry that much information with no dialogue.
No dialogue, all visual storytelling. It's absolutely astounding.
And so obviously the storyboard artist was actually the script writer, and that's why he got the Emmy for it. He got it for one episode where the dinosaur runs around and pukes all the time. I don't know, he eats something bad or something. I don't know. I guess it's a particularly disturbing and gross episode of it. Yeah, David Krentz. Actually, he's the one who introduced me to ZBrush.
Really?
Yeah, he was my roommate.
How long ago was that?
16 years ago, 17 years ago. Right there at that
goodness.
16, 17 year. Yeah, back in the day that you could not get anything out of ZBrush other than ZBrush files.
Oh, like there was no 3DX for it?
Yeah, no, it wasn't. It was not a manufacturing product. I was the first person to ever get a piece of jewelry out of ZBrush and made. So it's been a struggle, 16-year struggle.
I can't even imagine like what the software looked like back then. I've used ZBrush for maybe 3 years.
Oh, it has nothing to do with what you know ZBrush now.
It was like all 2D, right? At
Well,
some point?
that was a few years before me. When I came to it, I came in 2005 is when I bought it, and it was the first big upgrade that really included a lot of the 3D tools. Yeah, they were. It was 2.5D for a few years, and then they started making it 3D, and then it was like 2 years after that is when I came into it.
Hmm.
It's still
But
long.
still on the cusp where it was
Oh,
like,
no, it
what
was.
is happening?
No one was actually trying to get models out of it. I mean, it was a really powerful animation tool. So at that point, what they had done is made it where you could import from Maya and then sculpt on the Maya models and then send it back to Maya. Was really the big, that's how everyone used it. There was no, hey, let's use a ZBrush file for anything other than sending back to Maya. And then the year after, it might have been a couple years after that, they had a go Z to Modo. And then actually Rick Baker told me to use Modo to do my base models. And I started using Modo to do my base models, and then sculpting in ZBrush, exporting the STLs, and then printing from that.
Modo. I think that's I recognize that name. That's ancient.
Yeah, it's part of the Foundry purchased Modo. I guess it's very good for some things because the Foundry bought it. I guess ILM was using it for something, and it tied into the Foundry. Henry, you know the Foundry software. What is it? Quake and Flame, or something like that. And I don't know.
Actually don't. I'm not familiar with that
Oh,
stuff.
I was talking to Henry. He and I were talking about it before. And I guess it's
Recall.
what was that?
I don't recall.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. So they make whatever. Nuke, Moto, Katana, Flix, Colorway, Hero, Mari, Ari,
Okay, I know
Ocula.
Nuke.
So I guess Moto, they didn't have a modeling program. They just had the effects programs, and I guess Moto ties into a lot of the effects stuff really well. Like it has good particle stuff and water simulation stuff and things like that. But I have no idea. I just used Moto along. The one thing that Moto had that I love, that I truly, truly miss from Z Modeler, is falloff. So I could do a silhouette and assign falloff, and sort of like I keep saying the falloff on our brushes, but it would go and it would affect it less from the line to the outside, from the inside effect circle to the outside effect circle. Like, you could get it to,
Yeah.
but everything would wind up as a circle. So you could really control how things fell off, I guess. But, it, that's
Was
one
it just
thing.
for brushes?
No, it's a modeling program. Yeah.
No, but I mean like the fall off thing.
Yeah. Here, let's see. Moto. Fall off. So basically, stop. Don't care about your kite surfing. Don't care. See this? Not an ounce of concern. So okay, so here you have a radial fall off. So you can see you have all the points. It's a square grid. and then see how he's assigning the circle, the fall off, and then you just use move, you drag it out, and you can affect what points are used in it. But you could do things that are abstract shape fall offs or like directional fall offs, and from the strong point to the weak point, it would affect how it goes and flows. And it really gave you a lot of control over your base geometry. You could do some really lovely, sexy curve stuff,
Oh, I think I know what you mean. I think Maya has that, where it's like a curve that you can edit before you do your soft selection.
Exactly.
Okay,
And
I know what you mean.
And that's really nice if you're trying to, let's say you're doing a clavicle, right? And you have a nice quad model, but you want to change the shape of the clavicle without totally mangling everything. You could just draw that curve, that becomes your fall off curve, and it pushes up to it. The farther away from it, the less action, the more towards it, the more action. So you get a nice even manipulation of the tool,
And Moto was kind of like the first thing to do that.
Well, that was the only thing I knew that did it. I never did Maya or anything like that. I'm a physical sculptor. So when I was shown ZBrush, it was just like, hey, this is like, sculpting. And then, yeah.
I was going to say, where I think the name sounds familiar for me is like, did you ever hear the movie The Abyss?
Oh,
1989?
Of course
I feel like the water they did in that was like generated in Moto.
That could very well
be
be.
Familiar.
Yeah, that could be. They were very, very proud of their water stuff.
They did great.
Some really cool fluid dynamics.
In 80, like for 89.
Oh yeah,
that's insane.
The Abyss was awesome. That was a great film.
I wasn't alive to see it.
Oh, now you're just gonna make me cry.
97. I was born in 97.
Wow. Oh, you wee child.
That's how it feels. Yep.
Oh man. I was born in 69. I've been around a while. I'm old.
You're the same age as my grandmother, I think.
Wow. I thought that's the first time anyone has ever told me that.
Yeah.
It's that first time when someone's like, oh, you're the same age as my mom. That's one thing. Man, you're the same age as my grandkid. Okay. Fair enough. I guess I could easily have grandchildren, so fair enough.
Think of it as a term of endearment, though.
Oh no, I don't. I could care less. My great grandfather lived to be 110. I have plenty of years.
Wow.
It's like no problem. That's funny. Awesome. Yeah, no, it's really fascinating too to see how because for physical sculpting or for objects that are intended for printing, right? Some of the things that can work and don't work, but where if you're doing something environmental and you're painting it and you're using lighting and stuff, you can do so much more with so much less texturing and things, right? Because yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's super cool. That's neat.
That's part of the toolkit is because so much of that environment art industry is like, okay, well, you're working for a AAA studio or you're working for an indie company. They're paying you so much a year. They want you to do so much work.
Right.
And you have to get, they allocate, as many hours as they can for how much they're paying you.
Sure.
And you've got to squeeze as much out of that. And so you got to do little tricks okay, I'm not going to sculpt the whole thing. I'm going to do, the rest of the detail and texturing. That's a big one.
Right. Yeah.
I don't need to spend another 6 hours on this adding cuts and scrapes and stuff because I can just do it in.
You could just slap it on. Yeah. You could just basically paint the textures on.
That's an unfortunate discovery for me though, because when I did pick up ZBrush, I fell in love with it after using Maya. I loved that I could make something that was soft and organic.
Yeah.
That was very important to me because you just can't do that in Maya.
Yeah.
You cannot.
I was, and I want to say this is probably 96, maybe 95, 96, might have been 97. I was hired by Maya as a physical sculptor to give them my opinion of their artisan package. And they were like, so, is there a difference between the scoop and the half round and the triangle? I'm like, no, you have 8 polygons. A half round is just a triangle, and so is a square. And so, you need more mesh density. And I think like the biggest mesh I could get was like 500 polys by 500 polys. And they're like,
Oh
so,
my God.
the big difference between the scoop and the, I'm like, literally, I never sculpted anything. It was literally me going, no, you need more. You don't have enough mesh
That's
density.
hilarious. Like you couldn't do anything because all of the tools were just moving one vertice.
Yeah,
That was the function
exactly.
of
It
all
was
of them.
yeah, it was like, okay, I mean, sure. I guess, with the half round I moved 2 pixels at the bottom, or 2, grid points at the bottom.
Why were
And
they even like doing that back then? Like why were they even, if
Well-
the tools weren't ready for it, for
Well-
artists to come in and use it?
well, they were trying to get feedback. I was research and development.
Hmm.
But I don't think they were nowhere near ready for that one.
So
that was
you actually gave them a big tip, was like, hey, stay away from this.
Yeah, no, I was like, this is nothing like sculpting. This is this is pixel pushing at its finest.
Oh, right, because this is when you were doing like a lot of physical sculpting.
Oh
right?
yeah, I was working in the film industry at the time. I had nothing to do with computers at that point. Just a friend of mine was teaching my at USC, and I guess they had approached USC, and he was like, "Oh, I know a guy," and that's literally, I did it for maybe 2 months. Oh, I must have been the most frustrating person to them. I mean, every week they're like sending me something else, and I'm like, "Yeah, I understand what you're doing, but you need to give me a mesh that's more than 500 by 500. You need to give me a mesh that's 500,000 by 500,000, and then the shape. So do you all not understand this? I mean, like, doesn't this seem, pretty rational?"
Yeah, I mean, like it's a canvas, just like you're editing pixels in Photoshop.
Yeah,
It's
no,
the same sort of deal.
it was absolutely hysterical. What do you mean don't put files there? Where am I supposed to put files then?
You don't move the files.
Huh?
Just don't move the files.
I have to move the files or I go through them. Can't we just
No.
have... What do you mean no?
All right, you move the files then.
Well, don't you see why I'm moving the files? Because then I get confused.
You move the files because I was moving the files.
No, I move the files out of the folder so I know which ones I've done.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, because I started doing it a year ago when we started this. But I'm the one who needs to keep track of what file you're on, and that's hard to do if you're moving the files.
Okay, well then you move the files. How's
I
that?
have been.
Well then why did I move the files?
I don't know why you started moving the files. You just started doing it one day. So I renamed that folder to try and prevent you from doing it again.
Okay, maybe I did it because you weren't there.
That might be it.
And so I just started doing it. Sorry. I'm like, what do you mean don't move the file? Oh, man. All right. No, that looks great. Thank you for sharing. It's cool.
Thank you so much. It was really nice talking to you. I've been watching for probably like, I don't know, 20 sessions ish.
Oh, really?
In that range.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. About when I started school, I think.
Yeah, it's been really interesting because I used to just sculpt every night, and then some of my students were like, "Oh, well, can you do critiques on the Pixologic stream?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, sure." And then it wound up that lots of people want critique. And it used to be a bunch of jewelry stuff, and now it's definitely a lot of stuff that isn't jewelry, which has been really fascinating. But I mean, it's all the same thing to me. It's all design, so it's not
Right.
It's not a problem. But I think
I did have one question actually about one of my
of course.
my portraits. There's the landscape angled one. I had the back faces all messed up. I don't know if you still have it open.
Is it this one?
Stream's a little bit behind.
No.
Landscape one. Yeah, the back of it got all screwed up, and I tried like turning off back face masking, and I couldn't save it because the back face I was doing like a stamp thing.
Yeah.
I had like an alpha, and I was doing a stamp thing, and I could not get a quality texture on the front without having back face masking off. And I was wondering if there was some kind of solution to that you could point me to.
Mask it.
Like manually mask it
Yep,
first.
just do that, and that'll prevent it.
Okay.
The other thing you can do is, once you've done this, if you let's mask this. Go to masking. Okay, first of all, change, and then turn back face masking on masking. Then you so we're not save. And I'm using a big brush, so we're blowing through in some of these thin places. But just make sure you mask it.
And this is, of course, you having to deal with my messed up geometry. If this was flat, it would be a whole lot easier.
Right, but I'm trying to show you how to fix it when it's not flat. So this is pretty thin right here, so we're going to get you just have to you have to use a smaller brush, basically, is what you have to do. Or, actually, we can, again, obviously, you're going to be more careful than that. Well, no, in the future, you're just going to mask the back off. But if you do forget, there are a couple things you can do. One, you can use your history brush and go back before you did it. Mark that as your history state, and then you can just use your history brush to return all that messed up crap back to its original state. So right after you did it, or right when you notice you did it, it's easy to go back and just history brush it. Or you mask off the front side, and then planar works really well, planar or trim front, and just come in, hold down Alt, and it'll bring it back up to the surface.
Gotcha.
And so obviously I didn't mask this perfectly. You can see those places there. Those are still masked, right? And if you don't, you'll pull things down and through. But smooth this out some. And this can take, 1 or 2 times. Re-alt mask it. And then trim front works just as well. And as you're doing it, when you're doing it, hold down Alt, and then it'll bring it back up to a flat surface.
Oh, that smoothed out really well, actually.
Mask, and then smooth. Alt mask, so you're using that. From front Alt. And you can see here, because those weren't masked, it's sort of the same problem. Backface masking, right? It drew that up. But that's just me being sloppy with my mask. Yeah. That's why I said you're going to be more careful than that. Only thing you have to be careful of is that it really does drag that all back. So you often want to come back and just smooth that surface, just so you get that to relax back up, so it's not just all stretched out polys.
Okay.
And that's
Yeah,
the
that was
easiest
a
way.
good cleanup. That was
Yeah.
a pretty good cleanup of something that was kind of nasty.
The other one on this one, let's go back. Other one you may be able to do is group, and then yeah, see. And then come back in. Alt. Do it once. Smooth. Yeah, those are so these holes are still attached to the front. Yeah, there are too many undercuts for trim front to work. So yeah, I would just mask it, right? Because if you just mask it, it won't, you won't get your blowout. If you do get a blowout, just be a little careful. Make sure that you get this masked and this stuff, or vice versa. You can do it either way.
Okay.
Make sure that the front's masked and then trim front, and then you just smooth, alt, smooth, alt,
Right.
on you. And you can clean that mess right back up real quick.
All right. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Luckily, if I do have like little pops or holes coming through on either sides, because I'm just baking it down into something lower poly for a game engine, it doesn't really even matter too much. Like all of those little loose tries doesn't really matter.
But you can see that backface masking is important.
All right, guys, have a good night.
All right.
It was really, it was great talking.
Indeed. Have a lovely day.
See ya.
All right. We have Female Pirate. Is that who's next?
DVNO, Scared Guard.
Scared Guard. Whoa, he's scared. So the only thing I would say is that your chin didn't move at all, right? It's just a facial expression. I think that you probably would open the chin just a little bit more, because that's a pretty extreme open there, and that I think that would be pretty tough to pull off with just your mouth muscle. So I'd probably right, I would probably open the chin just more. And I think that allows you to have a little bit more room here, so it doesn't feel like it's just pinching and rolling over. And chances are you would have at least one or two wrinkles, because that's a pretty dramatic brow raise. Yeah, so just remember that the chin is pivoting from here, so when you open this, your angle is actually changing from there. So, but you can see by lowering that chin, it gives this stuff a little bit more room to be there, as opposed to here where it feels like this is starting to roll down and actually under the jawline. And see how that's just crushing your chin. It feels like he doesn't have a chin here. But yeah, I think that just that's your chin line. So pivot it back a touch. Take it to there. And that gives the stuff room to be. Your hair block up's good. Hey, he's interesting. He's a lot of fun. So I would say, yeah, the only things I'm seeing that give the chin some room, maybe do a few wrinkles on the brow. Because everything's in the right place. And I would probably do something that's a little bit more extreme with the hair. Since he's so ridgy, like maybe take slash and turn these into things that are slightly sharper. Whoa. Or slightly sharper, where it's a little bit more like a scoop. Oh, symmetry. Explain acting here. You know, where it feels like that scoopy thing happening. So it sort of ties in with your facial stuff. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's really pretty much it. I mean, you might get a little bit of detail there, but no, you wouldn't be crunching up. Yeah. This would be stretching out. So you wouldn't necessarily more wrinklage there. Yeah, I think the chin's. It looks great. Any questions? Yeah. Let's open this up. Um, uh, figure faces and expression. Mm-mm. Yeah. Can't even hit scroll. Can we type in fear? Can we search these this way?
Hit Control F.
That says rear. So it can search for fear, but I can't. Is that what I'm saying? Is that how do you pick? Okay. Okay.
I don't think this book extends down to the neck where they're talking about.
The head and neck. Maybe. Kind of hoping we, because like the form of the head and neck one does go all the way through the, but it doesn't really do expression, right?
Yeah.
Come on. Million directions. Open your mouth. Open your mouth. It's not perfect, obviously. None of these people. Well, there you go. There's a little bit more open. All right, I tried. Yeah, well, once again, the problem is that you don't have, like, you didn't actually rotate the jaw open. So you're just, you're missing. You know, you're just kind of missing that fold area there. And that just takes a little bit more of translating, right? Because let's go back to the side because we sort of changed the side. So the jawline came back and in. And by opening that, this is filling in. And then that fills there. This move. Mm-hmm. And so I think you're just missing sort of that. Does that make sense? So because you weren't lowering the jaw, you weren't getting this pinch back. This muscle really doesn't come down that far, right? You're not going to get this here unless that's a fat roll, right? Because this muscle comes in and around, and then that's your chin. And so that, if you did get it to come up and over, it would actually be coming from here. Yeah. And that they do show in the um, form of hidden. And they show the fat breakup or the fat. So in a lot of ways, these are where the fat pads are. And so when you open your mouth, right, the only way that you would get that coming in here is if this fat pad, which is the inferior jowl fat, if that were beefier, right? And so you can see, yeah, here you go. So you can see that these lines are where you would start to get that weight coming around the mouth, right? So if that were to wrinkle, you know, you're opening your mouth, you're getting these wrinkles coming up and around, right? In this, you see where that jowl meat is going to be, and then feasibly you could get that wrinkle starting there. But this is Anatomy for Sculptors. There are 3 of them. He just posted the link. I contacted him and I got him to give us a discount for everyone because I think these are great books. And this one is Form of the Head and Neck. And what I really like about these is that they do this, but they also give you they break the models down sort of in sculptural planes. So you can really understand how things go together as sculptural planes, not just anatomically speaking. Right? And you can see how the fat pouches work. And then they show you aging. So, you know, you can see where those wrinkles that you had would have developed, right? If you're opening your mouth. But see, they break it up into these very clear planes. And the anatomy one is, he does it for the bodies and, you know, basic shapes. And I think that this stuff, like these forms where you're seeing the blocked out forms, are really invaluable as far as learning anatomy for sculpture, because the other nice thing about this is they're doing it on top of actual photographs. Right? They break this out and show you where the muscle groups are in a photograph. So it's not imaginary anatomy, right? This is literally a picture that they're just drawing on. And they're showing you how it works on an actual body. And so I think that these are really invaluable images because you're understanding, okay, where are these muscles connecting? What's happening, right? And you'll always hear me talking about armpits, right? Because everyone messes them up because they don't know where these muscles are actually connecting. So these are super, super helpful as far as I'm concerned. No, I don't get a cut from it. I'm not shilling for them. I think the books are good educational tools. But yeah, I think that that's the issue, is that this isn't going to scoop around quite so much. Right? You can see that wrinkle is coming from under the chin. Right? But it's this line that it's folding on. It's not this line, right? That's returning to the mouth. That's sort of a circular. It goes around. Oh, you can do it. There you go. Right. This, you're getting this return back and under around the mouth. so big. It's our problem. There we go. I like how they do stuff and then they don't show, like, we have this logical progression, right? Everything's closed. And then they show you the skeleton opening the mouth, right? And see what I mean? The jaw drops back. And then they don't show you the muscles on that one. Like, why wouldn't you do that? Let's see the muscles on. But you can see here that, right, your jaw rocks back, your teeth lower, and then that's also going to give you the, right, this is coming down around, and then these wrinkles would be coming from under the chin. Yeah. Well, but this is not an anatomy study book, right? You're not going to use this to learn anatomy. What is great about this book is that it shows you to think about things in planes, right? I mean, if you're studying anatomy, if you really want to study anatomy, then you should get this. Where are you? What is it? Visual
body,
visual body. Yeah.
visible body.
Visible body. Yeah, that's the one. If you actually want to learn anatomy, this is the place to learn anatomy, because you can come in and let's go to our muscular system. Right, and you can go into your neck and you can look around, and it's going to actually show you every insertion and origin. You click on it, it's going to tell you the name. It's going to show you its insertions and origins. And, you know, this is how you learn anatomy. But anatomy for sculptors isn't about learning anatomy or anatomy's name. What's great about it is that it is, it's really, really good for thinking about it in sculptural planes, right? So, you know, this is cool, but now how do you start to develop a sculpt from this? Well, that's hard. Where if you are doing it from this, you know, this stuff is just giving you an idea of how the fat's breaking out and what's moving around. I'm not saying learn anatomy from this. The things that I think are the most important parts of this book, or these books, well, this is expressions. Let's go to head and let's go beginning here. Zoom out. Are these images. I think these are the most important images you can gain from this book. And that is starting to wrap your head around sculptural planes. And Bridgman did a lot of this kind of plane breakout. But Bridgman did blown out, you know, like superhuman or superhero anatomical. Everybody's like, "Arr, arr." But these are incredibly powerful sculptural referencing, right? And that's why it's anatomy for sculptors. It's not anatomy for anatomy. So, you know, it's, I don't really look to it for accurate anatomy in the sense of, oh, you know, is this a little wrong, or is there an extra thing right here or whatever? That's not what I'm looking for here. But what this shows you is, you know, how does this form? And then, okay, so the anatomy's fine, but this is the more important sculptural reference, right? You know that this is a form that's that. This form comes in, cuts under. This is sort of tendony, right? So that's a low point, and your fat's here. So I think that why I like these books so much is that they give you very, very nice plain structural information. Like, you know, if you can actually understand that this is sort of the anatomy of the neck in base forms, right? All it is, you know, is this handful of really basic shapes. And so I think this kind of understanding of shape and form is just really important as a sculptor to understand, right? Because like this is going up into the skull. It's not sticking out sideways. It's, you know, flush with the skull there. Your neck is going in at this angle. These two muscles start up and spread out, right? You know, it gives you cross sections. You know, what is happening with that form. And so I think this is what I would say you can really, really learn from these books, is how to view these things as structural planes, not necessarily super accurate anatomical, you know, referencing. Does that make sense? So yeah, if you were trying to learn anatomy, like actually learn anatomy, no, that's not what these books are for. Learn how to visualize it. There you go. Yeah. So I think those are the only two. Why that doesn't look right is because this fat would be, or these wrinkles would be initiating from under here and coming up. This comes down and has its return. And in turn, you might get like, you know, a wrinkle here. Cool. That looks fun. Okay. Who's next?
You have 2 from Sierra.
So is this from Sierra? Yeah. The Sierra here. Cool, cool. I think your feet are a little anemic. Let's say you're missing the arch of the foot. Your shape is good. I just think your ankles and stuff might have gotten a bit. But it helps a little. Yeah, but it's always good to actually get it right, because if you do need like tight shoes or something like that and your feet don't have arches, then all of a sudden you're fighting with that. So whenever you're doing a base, I would say do your base. You're interesting. your legs are sort of hyperextended. Right? You have this curve. You have this curve, but this bone doesn't curve, right? Like that. And then this cross. So I think, and this is not uncommon, I think, move infinite. Because if you look from the ear down, see how forward you are? You're standing very, very forward. Right? That's the ear. You know, you want your body to line up where basically base of your neck or ear just behind the ear should line up with the ankles. She should be standing fairly straight. So that's W. Why isn't W working? W. Duplicate, complete lower. Skew. Turn symmetry off. Skew. So you see, if she's standing straight, you see what's happened to the knee here? It started to overextend. And that's on like moving way too much too fast. So that's slightly more straight up and down. I moved your knees around, sorry. Don't move your knee around. So just remember that the lower leg isn't an arch, right? It's not doing, just because people draw it like this, you know, this is a very common way to like draw a leg. It doesn't really do that. So you want to make sure that, you know, this is going up into there, coming down, knee. This comes up, there's the lump, and then it comes in, and your knee. So you're not getting a really, whoa, this isn't a really dramatic curve. It's much straighter than that. The muscles going over is what's implying curve, because you get the front hump from this muscle, right? And that gives you that curve in the front because that's a long, it's a long muscle, and it's crossing over the bone. So that's how you get that curve in the front. And then, you know, these, and then that's pretty much close to the bone. You get a little lump if you're really muscular, but so just watch out for the shape of that lower leg is all I'm saying. This is coming up. Side. is looking pretty good. A little flat. But I don't think that's a problem because your anatomy is pretty darn good. I think what's happening is she's leaning so far forward. You were trying to figure out how to get the legs, and it's overextending. You were hyperextending your knee. Armpits good. Pretty good. Lower back's good. Butt's good. I would just come back, revisit the anatomy a little, and get your feet right. Don't take shortcuts because, like I said, the second you take a shortcut, someone's going to be like, "Oh, well, you know, do it in flip flops or whatever." You're like, "Ah," because I think your feet might just be a little smaller. All right, so looking good. I think your fingers are a little thin as well. It's a really tiny thumb. It's nicely shaped. I think you need a little bit more. Bit thicker because that's what gives you this scoopy meat thing here. I just inflated that, so I'm not saying that shape's right. I'm just looking at weights because your shape was I mean, your thumb was formed nice. I just think it's a little small. Top of the hand. Good. Okay. So let's go to all our clothes are going to be in the wrong. You see what I mean? See how forward she is? So now let's hide. Let's go W. W. I've never tried. No wonder. I've never tried to see if you can use any of the alterations with see you. Oh, it might let it. No. Darn. Okay. I was kind of hoping the alteration would allow it. We can rotate. close enough spit on for now. Move. Have a little re-altering. Yeah, that would be nice. Ooh. Oh, there is a gallery. Look at that. Pretty cool.
Are you looking at the references?
On Cyber or on Cyber? I didn't. Did you post the reference
Yeah.
in general?
Dropbox. No.
No.
I don't know that they're in.
Okay, sorry. Refresh. Okay. Mm-hmm. How do I zoom in?
Control plus. I'm not sure if that works in Dropbox. There is a plus down at the bottom of the screen though.
Okay. Okay, your traditional lace-uppy fold around boot. Buckler. Interesting. I like the bullets all over the gun. That's having your bullets at hand, right? That's funny. Okay. Oh. Thank you. Hey, Gus. Okay. So we sort of have a stiff coat. Okay, so the waistcoat. Alrighty. Time stuff. Okay. So at this, do these have higher resolution versions, or is this just blocked in? And so you haven't really you started sculpting on this part, right? But that's the only thing that's actually sculpted. Seems like it's blocked in for the girdle, not girdle, but like corset belt thingy. Yeah. Well, I would say honestly, you're doing right on. I mean, you have the stuff blocked up well, I think, to where these are easy points to start sculpting from. And seeing here, I mean, this is actually nice fabric stuff, so this is pretty cool. The one thing I would say is you want to be careful about sculpting in, especially sculpting cloth in low res. It gets lumpy, so I would sculpt in that 1 to 5 million poly range, and that'll help you prevent getting some of that lump. Sakaki Kaoru has some really nice brushes, but his cloth brush is really nice because it has a little bit of gravity to it. And let me, intensity. Maybe too much. So when you're putting this stuff in, it really allows for a little bit of weird. It allows for a little bit of weight in your curves. But I mean, you're sculpting here with pretty good understanding of fabric as far as I can tell. I mean, it looks right. I just think that you're getting a little lumpy. And that's just because of the brush and the low res. I think that having a little bit of gravity in your brush when you're sculpting clay or when you're sculpting cloth is really, really helpful. The other thing about seams I would suggest, you're just using like a standard brush or you're just cutting it in. I tend to use SK Twist, which is another one of Sakari Kaku's brushes. And I'll come in and I'll go down one side. And then I'll come back up the other side. And this gives me a little seam separation here. But what it does is it gives you a really nice rolled edge on the seam. Because when you stitch something, unless you're ironing it, it's not flat, right? It's coming back and in. And it gives you this nice little feature. Then I come back in with pinch. But I do a big pinch. It's not very strong, and it's a fairly large brush. And you can see you can just creep these things together. And you get kind of really nice seam lines. And then, you just smooth that out. But you get something that appears as if it's stitched together. So I find that that makes really nicer, cleaner seams than just taking a brush and cutting it in, because you're losing your surface continuity when you do that. I just think it makes for cleaner seam. So I would say use a brush with gravity if you're not going to use Sakari Kaku's brushes. Just use a standard with a good roll distance and gravity applied, and it helps with the fabric. But I would sculpt my fabric at a higher resolution, only because your wrinkles were getting lumpy. Wrinkles were getting lumpy. I think you're on your way, without a doubt. I mean, like, this is getting blocked in fairly nicely. These wrinkles are completely, and see, this is where I'm saying I think you're doing these in a little too low resolution, because this is pretty, that's a lot of fabric if it's shirt weight material, you know. So if you have more resolution, you know, you can do these with a little bit more control. And I think that, you know, like you said, you've just blocked these in, so I don't think you've come to this point yet. So ignore this if you're like, well, duh, you know, of course I'm going to get more resolution. But, you know, if you're sculpting or if you're laying in at that low res, you know, these tend to be fatter, and, you know, you only had 2 big lumps of resolution there, so you're not yet. So I'd say definitely bring it back when you've started sculpting some of this a little more. Yeah. Because, I mean, everything's in good shape. Like I said, your body was just a little skewed forward. I mean, the one piece of fabric that you've started to sculpt looks nice. Think about your seams. Think about using a brush with gravity. Other than that, I think you're well on. I mean, the face and the anatomy stuff is nice. Your anatomy's good. You know, they're just those little things. The hands, you know, aren't flat. Just re-look at the anatomy of the legs a little. Thicken up the hands a touch. And, wow. Is that hand? Oh, well. He must have gone back. Oh, well. But yeah. Looks good. I like it. Do you have any questions? It's too early to be. No, it's not that. Okay, wonderful. I'd really like to see it as it progresses. So please bring it back as you go along. It looks good. Enjoyable. Now we have inter. I think it's a good rough in. I think that sort of like we were discussing earlier with the other thing that had 2 arms. I think that make sure that when you're conceiving the anatomy that you get a weave in here, right? Like sort of like the striatus do, you know, how they kind of weave in and out. Get something so it looks like it doesn't just end. You know, they're connecting, right? Because the deltoids are, you know, connecting up and inside and things like that. So think about how this intersection can turn into something that is a little bit more of an intersection, because you don't, especially something like a delt, and that's basically what these are, right? You know, you're not going to get just 2 things just sitting, you know, maybe that extends out, whatever. You know, think about how these 2 things go together. I wonder, one sec. Anyone remember what the name of the two armed guys from what's his name of Mars? What are those guys? Yeah, I was going to say my friend did concept models for Edgar Rice Burroughs. What's his name? What's the guy's name? Or give me the okay. So Barsoom. John Carter. That was hard. Of Mars. And then okay. Hold on. 4 armed guys from John Carter. All right, that was some cap locks. What's the name of the forearm guy? I don't want to. Damn it. Just tell me.
The forearm guy from Mortal Kombat? I
No.
know.
Oh my god, I'm going to poke.
I'm just saying that's a forearm guy.
I'm looking for a very specific sculpt of this guy because I don't think this was a great solution. Subscribe. I don't want to sign in. Just, oh my god, fired. I just wanted to see the picture that I wanted to see the picture of. See, this I honestly think is kind of a crap solution. Thark. Is it a Thark or is that guy's name? See, my friend did maquettes for the film. And the problem with this one is, and this is the one that I didn't like. See how they just sort of carried the pec muscle over and it turned into the front side of the delt? That doesn't make any sense as far as anatomy goes. But he did one that was really well thought out about how they went together. Now see here how like the deltoid is kind of coming into this and becoming almost like, it's carrying over like into and under the rib cage. That makes a little more sense. And see on this one, they sort of have the deltoid coming up under and becoming like a lower pec here. That's kind of interesting. So, you know, it really comes down to trying to figure out how, you know, how the musculature can work. And it just takes a little bit of fiddle futzing around. Barsoon, let's see. Their Barsoon was a little. Kill him. See, they cheated. They just brought it in, and they don't really. It looks right from both sides, but it doesn't make sense anatomically. Okay, I'm failing miserably. Because the maquette, I just remember the maquette going, hey now, that was a really good solution. Good old fantasy art. No one cares about anatomy. See how they sort of turn the striatus into the deltoid? Here, they just put wrinkles in there. They're not even worth it. Take care. No one cares. What's the underside of that series of 4 legs look like? Nothing. Nothing good. Oh well. I failed on it. Sorry. You know, I mean, you know, these feasibly could be separate, and maybe this is what's crossing in. I don't know. I think that here we go. We can go back to Steve Lord. Does his like one little dragon dog have an extra? Steve. Images. This is the one I was thinking. You know, something in this vein. You can see how these are kind of coming out. Maybe that turns into the front. Steve has some absolutely stunning animal sculpts, anatomically speaking. So there might be a reference where you could kind of figure something. I'm not much help on. I would look at some of Steve Lord's anatomical referencing and figure out just how you can get a little bit more rhythm of it being something that are tied together. I mean, these, you know, this actually isn't bad. It might not be here that's the issue. It might be, you know, something like those being sort of like the striatus or something, where, you know, these have a logical place where they're weaving together or something like that. It's hard because shoulders aren't really designed to interwork with each other, you know. So that is the eternal problem here. Yeah, what I would say is look at some of Steve Lord's work, because just his understanding of anatomy, say that 5 times fast, is really pretty spectacular, and it's very dynamic and interesting. And you may be able to develop like a muscle rhythm that a labyrinth. Actually, Tation has a big book of fantasy art. Can't spell. Limited edition. Okay. So if anybody out there just has, you know, a random $12,000 and wants to buy me a book, so cool. They went through Tibet and took just stunning pictures of all the murals. Holy Hannah, that's just absolutely exquisite. Exquisite book. Okay. We are looking at art. Is it just going to be like on the left? Egon Sheila's some song. Oh, come on. I know it's here. How do you spell fan? Yeah, masterpieces. The art. So this, I know this book's $200, but what I was going to say is what it does have. It goes through a number of the artists that they reference, but there's a page here with all their signatures. I know I've seen this picture here. I don't know why I have such a clear image of. Oh, you're kidding me. I know it. Ah, there it is. Pause. Oh. No, pause. Oh. There we go. So that right there is probably the best list of fantasy artists. That's the list right there, I would suggest. I'm sure you can find a better picture of that. Oh no, this is a fantastic book. It's really big. I have $200 to buy a book on fantasy art, but I would. I'd far rather have $12,000 to buy a book on Tibetan murals. Tisha makes great books. Actually, most of them are pretty affordable. Okay. Or I bet you could just do a really wonderful Google search called Great Fantasy Artist. All right. I know. Special. Oh, man. Because they're probably it might be out of stock. It's a spectacular. They actually, one that I even want more is that scale, except it's Egyptian treasures. And so it's like, it's like 4.5 inches thick. And it's every like really important treasure that they found. It's all the sculpture. It's just such a mind-bending reference because, you know, when you have pictures of some of the stuff that's like this big, you open it up and you're just looking at it and you can see it and like just incredible detail. It's just such a mind-bending reference book. One day, when I win the live ZBrush sculpt off, I could afford to buy. That's totally not true. Yeah, so I would probably look at Steve Lord's sculpts and get a little inspiration about the rhythm of musculature. And I think that would help a lot. Sorry. I just went off on some random rant. It's getting to that random rant time. But I mean, you're in good places, right? You know, it's a good block out. You're in good places. I just think that, you know, Steve has just this really dynamic way of dealing with musculature that I think could help. Yeah, I just, you know, he's just so good. And I mean, just his knowledge of anatomy or animal anatomy is just so much better than mine. And just look at that. It's incredible. He's so good. I went to college with him as well. College was awesome. We had really good people. Let's do this. For some reason I want to say he did something. Nope. Must be someone else. Whale poo. Yeah. Hmm. I do not know why. I keep thinking I'm going to find wrong. I'm wrong. Wrong. But I still think you could get some inspiration. All right.
Instead, can you name the sculptor that makes dinosaurs? You've named him in
David Krantz.
previous streams. Thanks.
Yeah, he's the one who just won the Emmy for Primal. He was like one of the lead character designers. Dinosaur. It's really funny. I taught him to sculpt and better. Prince. Yeah. I help. These dinosaurs are. He does some really, really good work. What I like about a lot of his work is that it's very kinetic. You know, things are moving. These are some of his storyboards. There you go. I'm not laughing at Dave's picture. I'm laughing with Dave. His kids are so cute. His work's just. There's the bar. That's not. Maybe he did sculpt. Interesting. Yeah. Dave Krantz. Absolute badass. Oh no, there are quite a few good dinosaur sculptors. It's just Dave's my friend, and that's probably who I was talking about. Yeah, he did a Kickstarter for this guy. But his anatomy is very, very good. Like he did a bunch of sculpting for Paul Serena. Like this was a sculpt that actually went to the the Field Museum. So he does a lot of sort of scientific stuff. But here's good stuff. All right. Is that everybody?
That's it.
Woo! What time is it? Almost 1?
Got one, yeah.
So does
Late
anyone...
enough.
What's that?
Late enough.
Yeah. Just toss it out there, see if there's anybody... Any questions from anyone? Anything else before we call it quits for the evening? So I'm probably going to change format a little, and we'll do me sculpting like every other week, and then we'll do crits every other. I think that I need to do some more sculpting. Am I just dead, or just no responding? Man, room got quiet.
You searched for a four-legged creature for too long. Everybody fell asleep.
I think people are asleep. I just don't think people respond. It got everybody gets all quiet. All quiet. Alrighty. Excuse me. We're going to call that a wrap on YouTube. Hit subscribe and like. It's really important for our algorithms, so please do it. And if there's a little bell, click that, and that'll notify you when we come back on. I think next week, well, what is next week? That's, yeah.
18th?
Yeah. So next week we'll be sculpting. The week after that is the summit, if I'm not mistaken. So
You are correct.
So we will not be, no one will be streaming that Monday because that Monday's summit. And then, so the weekend after that, I assume will be crits. Once the summit's done, it'll develop into a rhythm. Yeah. So next week we will be sculpting and yabbering, and then we get. Actually, I think we present on Monday too, don't we?
I forget what day.
I think it's like from 11 a.m. to 1.
Mm-hmm.
It's an hour and a half, though. So half hour, 30. So I think it's 11:30 to 1 or something like that. Eric and I will be presenting at the summit. Sign up for the sculpt off for the summit. And then, oh, look at ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. You know, we do teach people how to do this stuff. And there are discounts on the books that you saw today. And buy ZBrush if you don't own ZBrush. ZBrush is good. ZBrush important. ZBrush good. Very good. Okay. Thank you, everyone at Pixologic, for letting us stream and be here with you. And thank you guys for hanging out and, you know, being here with us. Yeah. Thanks for participating. We will see you next week. Did I forget anything important? I feel like I did.
Nope.
Oh, good. Ooh, didn't forget
Join
anything.
Discord.
Oh, join Discord. Good
There's
one.
one more you could throw in there.
Join Discord. Okay. One day I'll actually have a smooth extro or whatever that's called.
We'll go with extra.
It's an extro. It's not an intro. It's an extro. All right. Have a wonderful week. And we will see you next weekend. Next Monday. Not next weekend. Day. Right. I have no clue where OBS is. It got lost under a bunch of. Hey, there we are. All right. Have a great one. And there, I look forward to seeing your model as it keeps coming. Okie dokie. Have a great week. Ciao.